Good evening. Welcome to the Design Review Board meeting of July 14th, 2022. The Design Review Board meeting is now called to order. The DRB meeting is being broadcast live on Glendale TV, viewable on Spectrum Cable Channel 6, and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. Meetings are also streamed live in high definition on the city's webpage, glendaleca.gov/live, on youtube.com/myglendale, and on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire devices using a free app called ScreenWeave and choosing Glendale TV from the menu. Meetings are also archived on the city's website for viewing anytime at glendaleca.gov/agendas. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. Again, that's 818-937-8100. City staff will be submitting the questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person. Current Design Review Board agendas are available online also by visiting our website at www.glendaleca.gov. Records of decision for all projects will be posted online on the Planning Division's website. Please note that any appeal of a case heard today must be filed within 15 calendar days of the Design Review Board decision date. Roll call. Board Member Lockruff is absent. Board Member Minas?
Present.
Board Member Chagayan?
Present.
Board Member Welch?
Present.
And Chair Simonian.
Present.
Next up is reports regarding posting of the agenda. The agenda for the July 14th, 2022 regular meeting of the Glendale Design Review Board was posted on the city's website on July 7th, 2022, and on the bulletin board outside City Hall on July 11th, 2022. Next would be the approval of the minutes, and these would be the minutes from June 23rd. All board members were present. Are there any comments on the Design Review Board minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
I have a motion by Board Member Welch. Is there a second?
A second.
By Board Member Minas. In terms of roll call, Board Member Chagayan,
Yes.
Board Member Minas,
Yes.
Board Member Welch,
Yes.
and Chair Simonian.
Yes.
The minutes pass unanimously, 4-0. Next up would be oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is limited to 5 minutes. I do not have any speaker cards, and let me see if there are any callers, and there are no callers for oral communication, which then brings us to the next item on tonight's agenda, board and commission member comments. Any comments from the board members? None? Next would be old business. We do have one case under the old business, and this would be for 1633 Victory Boulevard. I would be happy to turn the meeting over either to Chair Simonian or to Mr. Dennis Joe to give the staff presentation on the Victory Hotel.
It would be great if Mr. Joe could start us off.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Chair, members of the board. The project before you is located at 1633 Victory Boulevard. Mrs. Emmetitis, would you mind?
Thank you. There you go.
Thank you. The proposal is to amend a 3-story, 64-guest room hotel with a 2-level subterranean garage. In summary, this proposal includes 18 additional guest rooms, approximately 6,200 square feet of additional floor area, expand the building footprint in the 3-story profile towards the northern property line, and to add 3 additional parking spaces within the subterranean garage. Last, the request is to adopt the subsequent M&D, which was attached to your report this evening. This slide has the renderings and the elevation of the original project. In 2019, the DRB approved this design. Soon after, the project was appealed to City Council, which the City Council sustained the DRB's approval and adopted the M&D. At present, the status of this original project is in plan check, and upon issuance of a permit, this project can technically commence with construction today if the permit was issued. These are images of the applicant's revised project with the hotel's revised design and proposed expansion. And as expected, staff analysis for this project will be discussed later on subsequent slides. Quickly to go over the project location. The property is approximately 22,000 square feet. It's zone C3. It's surrounded by other C3 zone properties, R1 and R3050 properties. It's at the corner of Victory Boulevard and Manchester Avenue, and generally located in the Riverside Rancho neighborhood. This is an aerial view of the property. Shaded in yellow is the subject property. And these are photos of the property. On the right-hand side are the photographs. On the left side is the key with colored arrows that correspond with the colored borders of the photos, outlined in red looking west from Winchester, and outlined in blue looking northwest is from the corner of Victory and Winchester. Outlined in green is looking east from the public alley, and outlined in orange is looking northeast from the alley and Victory Boulevard. Prior to talk about site planning, just for sake of organization and flow of my presentation, the structure of the remaining slides will cover number one, site planning. Number two will be site mass and scale. 3 will be design and detail. And 4 will be public comments received. And 5, a conclusion with staff's recommendations. Beginning with site planning, this is a site plan of the original project, which DRB and City Council approved in 2019. Shaded in blue is the footprint of the building, which had setbacks along the streets and alleyway that varied 3 to 6 feet. And along the northern interior property line, which is abutting the residence, the hotel had varying setbacks that range from 15 feet to 25 feet. And this is the site plan for the revised project that largely resembles the original project's footprint. The building occupies majority of the site and will generally follow the square shape of the lot. The most substantial change is that the revised project expands its building as close as 11 feet 6 inches at the northern interior yard, which complies with the zoning code setback at minimum 10 feet. Quickly about access. Same as the original project, the revised project retains vehicular access pattern into the subterranean garage, which will be from the public alley, which is access from Victory Boulevard. Moving on to open space. This is of the original project from 2019, which included approximately 4,700 square feet of outdoor terrace area with a swimming pool, which was located above the first level, and on your screen is shaded in blue. And at the perimeter of the outdoor terrace, shaded in green, is a approximately 9-foot wide landscape planter that facilitated a buffer to enhance the privacy with the abutting residents to the north. And at the center of the landscape planter, a 7-foot tall screen wall was provided to obstruct the line of sight of hotel guests onto the neighboring property, which is depicted in black on your screen. Although not required, the original project attached acoustical panels to the interior of the 7-foot tall wall to further attenuate noise, potential noise from hotel guests. To accommodate some of the additional guest room, the revised project proposes reduced portions of the outdoor terrace without the swimming pool. And similar as the previous slide, it's outlined in blue. The revised project proposes to reduce the length of the landscape planter to approximately 2/3 of the outdoor terrace. And within staff's report, staff had recommended the landscape planter to span the entire length of the outdoor terrace and return the 7-foot tall screen wall and acoustical panels to maintain visual and audio buffering within the abutting residence that was provided by the original project. As an update, the applicant had revised the elevation, now with a straight building wall that encloses the outdoor terrace, which we'll see in later slides, elevation slides. On to landscaping. This is of the original project's landscape design, which provides a variety of landscaping around the perimeter of the building. At the northern setback, majority of the interior yard was designed with layered landscape palette, which included a variety of 36-inch dark peppermint and dwarf magnolia trees, 24-inch box Italian cypress trees, and a variety of ground cover and shrubs to buffer the hotel with the adjacent residents and enhance the appearance from the streets and alley. Switching slides, this is of the revised landscape plan, which proposes to reduce the amount of landscaping at the northern interior yard. It incorporates a variety of shrubs such as thornless natal plum, dwarf bougainvillea, and dwarf bronze flax. The revised proposal to eliminate the shade canopy trees provided by the original project, and includes a 5-foot wide paved walkway that spans the width of the lot, which is shaded on green on this slide. Staff recommends that the paved walkway at the northern interior yard be removed and replaced with a variety of canopy trees, shrubs, ground covers, and return the landscaping buffer with the adjoining property. However, staff recognizes that portions of the walkway provide emergency egress out of the building and onto the public alley should remain to comply with fire and building safety codes. And last is a minor comment on the northern landscape yard. A 6-foot tall wall will be constructed along the property line. It's just recommended that prior to plan check submittal, plans are to specify that stucco be applied on both sides of the block wall to complete the wall designs from both sides. Onto equipment and screening on this plan. The backflow preventer is shown in red and the rooftop equipment is shown in yellow. The revised project proposes to locate the backflow preventer along Winchester Avenue within the 3-foot wide landscape strip. Staff recommends that this backflow device be relocated away from the street and be relocated either within the parking garage or at the alleyway facade towards the northern interior yard, enhancing the project's curb appeal from the Winchester Avenue elevation. And onto rooftop screening. This is relatively a minor comment, more about plan consistency and zoning code compliance. On this slide, it consists of the revised project's color elevation, which is on the top, and the revised project elevation in black and white, which is on the bottom. The color elevation on the top identifies the screens to be 6 feet tall with an overall building height of 38 feet. The black and white elevation on the bottom identifies the screens to be 4 feet tall with an overall height of 36 feet. The maximum height in the C3 zone, Height District 1, is 35 feet. Staff is just recommending that prior to building safety plan check, the rooftop equipment screens are to be lowered and to comply with the zoning code, and plans should be able to demonstrate how they will screen the rooftop equipment adequately from public view. Prior to moving to mass and scale, this is a quick neighborhood context overview. The project is shaded yellow on this slide. In red, the gas station is to the west, multifamily to the east, and commercial and industrial to the south. And to the northwest are existing multifamily residential, and directly north are single-family neighborhoods directly adjacent to the north. Moving on to mass and scale. On this slide, this is the south facade that faces Victory Boulevard. The project is 3 stories high and has an overall height of 35 feet. Overall, the massing of the building relates well with the existing buildings and uses along Victory Boulevard. Onto the east elevation, which is along Winchester. The revised project proposes to expand the building footprint towards the northern interior property line as close as 11 feet 6 inches and extend the building's 3-story profile towards the northern abutting property. Shaded in yellow are general locations of the revised project's additions. And this is the west elevation facing the alley. And once again, the additions are shaded in yellow. And last, on the north elevation, which is facing the 1-story single-family residence, the additions shaded in yellow. The design guidelines suggest that new buildings, especially those that are larger than the existing context, should relate to adjacent buildings through the use of proportion and transition. The original project, which was approved by DRB and City Council, was designed with an outdoor terrace and pool above. This scale better related with the neighborhood context and provided a transitional mass that reflected the scale of the abutting 1-story residence. This is the rendering of the revised project that shows the property or the northern elevation at an angle. Staff recommends that the revised project's 2nd and 3rd level expansions at the eastern and western facade should be reduced in scale that is consistent in spirit and intent with the original project. Transitioning onto design and detail. The revised project will include the use of stone veneer at the ground level and laminate panels with a wood-like appearance at the recessed front entry. At the second and third level, the elevations are clad with smooth stucco painted with a variety of colors such as dark blue, white, and light gray, and laminate panels at limited areas of the southern, which is the Victory Boulevard elevation, and the recessed portions of the northern facade to add visual variety. In regards to the building's roof forms, the revised project incorporates a flat roof design that are consistent with the design of the building and varies in form and height and de-emphasizes the mass of the building and maintains visual interest. However, at the proposed north elevation, staff recommends that a varied roof design should continue at this elevation to provide consistent aesthetic throughout the building. Additionally, it's recommended that the overall pattern and placement of materials at the north facade should be redesigned at the upper floors to improve the hierarchy of applied finishes as well as improve the appearance of this facade. And as part of this project, a subsequent M&D was prepared and was circulated for a 20-day review. Public comments were received after the subsequent M&D's comment period. As courtesy, staff would like to acknowledge a particular letter from GK Law that clarified that comments were in regards to the document's analysis of VMT, which is vehicle miles travel. And then briefly, I just want to acknowledge GK Law's comments and just kind of address them. So to briefly cover GK Law's comment letter, the first comment was, one, the trip rates used by the ITE 10th edition was used by the 10th edition, and why not updated with the 11th? The short answer to this is that the 10th edition was used as it was the latest edition when the subsequent M&D was prepared. Regardless, an analysis with the 11th edition, trip generation decreased by 10 trips by using the 11th edition. And then comment number two, the site's prior land uses have been long extinguished. Why is the baseline average daily trips not zero? Briefly, CEQA began 5 years ago. You remember this project has been reviewed by the board and city council, and it's back to the design review board. So the original project in M&D, it began in 2017. It was reviewed by the DRB twice and once by the city council. The M&D was adopted in 2019. So yes, it's been a long while, but the baseline began in 2017. Number three, prior to land uses seem to all have been conducted under a single one-story building and were ancillary to one another. Well, per city records and permits, separate addresses exist on the site, which is 1633 Victory Boulevard A, B, and C. And the prior land uses identified within this report, it was utilized by using city records of each address's businesses under registered BRCs, which is business registration certificates and zoning use certificates. And four, there appears to be a discrepancy to how extensive these former uses were, such as the city once claimed there were only 3 service bays rather than 7. By the consultant and their research identified by permit records and so forth, 3 bays were used as oil, lube, and 4 bays were generally under the canopy, the former gas stations. Fifth, analysis assumes not a single trip would have been a pass-by trip or a trip from someone already accessing the site, which artificially inflates the baseline ADTs, which is the average daily trips. Quickly to answer that, the pass-by trips are generated by traffic passing on adjacent streets that offer direct access to the generator. Unlike a gas station, shopping center, or a fast food restaurant, or a car dealership or a repair shop do not generate a lot of pass-by trips. By the consultant, there were no data available by the IT for pass-by trips for the previous uses were identified by permit records that were there before, such as the repair shops and used car dealership or sales offices. Overall, staff recommends approval of the project and adoption of the subsequent M&D. If the board would like for staff to review the conditions included in the report, I'd be gladly to do so.
Does the board feel as though we need some clarifications on staff's conditions?
I would like to, I think, go over a couple of them, at least to clarify what the intent is. The outdoor terrace at the second level, no, not that one. The one where you said the second and third stories along the backside need to better align with the original intent? Is it, you mean step back and cut the addition more?
Yes, it should be, staff is recommending that portions of this expansion to be reduced in size and scale, which is to the spirit intent of the original project. And we're allowing the board to review to see how they feel about what this should be. I mean, the applicant is requesting to build the building footprint and second-story volumes of his three-story volumes up to that 11 feet 6 inches and straight up. Staff is just saying there are our guidelines in the previous project. It did provide and adhere to the guidelines stating that through transitions and mass and scale, like, you know, transitional mass was provided to offer those sensibility to the adjacent use. Staff is just recommending that some reductions to the second, third level are provided so it meets the spirit of what the original project was approved by the City Council and by the previous Design Review Board.
Mr. Joe, do you happen to know why the applicant is resubmitting the project into a design review board process when they are already in plan check after going through so many years of entitlements?
I'm going to allow the applicant to talk about some of his motivators to doing it. Some of it, I believe, is some desires and financial, but he can be able to do that best, yes.
So it wasn't some building and safety related matter or other things that are forcing it, it's something else that we could get some clarification on?
Not to my understanding. I mean, technically, if that project was approved as that 64 room, they can pull out their shovels and their equipment and start hitting ground today.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for Mr.
Just,
Joe?
I guess, a clarification. So for all intents and purposes, this is a brand-new de novo hearing on just this case, and if we were to approve it, it would go ahead, but if we were to send it back for a return for redesign, they could then choose to do that, or they could just proceed with the project that they've got approvals for, correct?
So I'm so sorry. If they were approved, yes, they can move forward with this project.
But if we
But
did a
the
return for
board does
redesign-
have their option to return for redesign, which they would have to follow by the code to do this one more time, a second time and then a official denial can be rendered by the board. So there would be two more times if the board were to decide return for redesign. They can do so twice upon those review and upon whatever those revisions, or if there's no revisions or whatnot.
So they wouldn't have an option to just cancel this and then just continue with the original
They can
project?
cancel this and move forward because they are entitled,
Okay.
and that has been extended. It is in plan check. It is live.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Sorry, I had one question, just clarification. Did I hear right that a certain part of the structure, building height is over what the zoning allows?
Part of my presentation was talking about some of the inconsistencies of the screen height of the equipment. I was just talking about the inconsistencies were in there, which is not substantial. It's a minor comment, as I stated in there.
I see.
I'm just calling out saying, hey, there's some inconsistency with the screening. All we're asking is these screens be lowered to comply with code, and then we're asking for the board, if approved, allow us via plan check to review this, and we're going to ask the architect and the applicant to demonstrate how this equipment will be adequately screened, whether it's going to be use of setting it further away, a different location through line of sights or whatnot. But we're going to allow the applicant, if approved by plan check, to come up with those methods. Because I don't want to say, you shall do this or something or whatnot. We think it's a relatively minor comment.
Thank you.
Assuming that the finished material design, the screening is the same, you know what I mean, or whatnot, but it's done tastefully.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Simitides?
Chair Simonian, board members, just a point of clarification. The three options before the board this evening would be to approve with conditions of return for redesign. they would only have to come back to the board one more time in order to be allowed a return for redesign. So you would not be able, I'm sorry, not a return for redesign, but for a denial. So you would be able to make that decision if this project was to come back before the board.
Okay. Well, thank you. With that, should we go ahead and open the public portion?
Yes.
Okay. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and open the public portion, and the first speaker is going to be the owner, Anand Desai. And there's also the architect as well, Nathan Coffey, and I'm not sure who from that team would like to speak first. Whoever chooses to come up, introduce yourselves, and Ms. Simatitis, how many minutes are we allocating for the applicant in total, architect, owner in its entirety?
The applicant is given 5 minutes. Each individual is given then 3 minutes. So
Okay.
they could combine their time if they so wish as a project team, but
Okay.
the applicant is 5, members of the public are 3, and the rebuttal is 2.
So, proceed.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anand Desai. I have been part of this project for about 4 years now. This project was originally submitted by 2016. I was not the original owner of the project. I purchased this site and this project from the previous applicant. Once COVID hit, we looked at the plans, we spoke with our lenders, and we decided that it would be best if we were to redesign, and not exactly redesign, but add an additional wing, change the shape of the building from an L shape to a U shape, thereby accommodating additional rooms. Part of our motivation to do so was not only financial, but also was because a lot of the brands that we're talking to, Hyatt, Hilton, and Marriott, the property is going to be one of those, flagged by one of those brands. They need more rooms. 64 rooms is not enough. In addition, as you guys are aware, this project requires 2 levels of subterranean parking, which is incredibly expensive to accommodate. So those are the primary reasons, and I know that the board was interested in finding out exactly why we are resubmitting. But the facade is the same. We did many community outreach meetings over the last 4 years. This project is completely by right. There's not a single discretionary approval that we're asking for. There's the 50-foot height limit. Our project is 35 feet to the top of the parapet. In terms of the setback, as required by code is 10 feet. We're at 11 feet 6 inches. So we're not maximizing the setback that the code actually allows. So if there's any other questions, I can answer. My architect, Nathan Sewell, is here. He can answer those as well.
Yeah, I do have a follow-up question. And thank you for the additional details in regards to the motivation to come back. Can you share a little more about the conversations you've had with the major operators, Hilton,
Right.
Hyatt, Marriott, et cetera, and kind of their minimum thresholds? I know you mentioned 64, which, how many doors were before?
64, and we've reapplied for 82.
82. And so is there, and I would imagine there's kind of different numbers as you speak to the different flags, but the overarching feedback is what number?
Typically 90 or above.
I see.
And that's also, the lenders shared the same concern as well, based on the price of construction. Given that there's 2 levels of subterranean parking, that's quite a bit of excavation that we have to provide.
And I just want to ask a clarification as well. You mentioned 50 feet as the maximum. I thought you said 35 was the max height.
It's 35, but I think it's 3 stories, 35.
It's 3 stories, 50-foot height limit. It's 3 stories, 50 feet.
Okay.
And the top of our parapet is 35 feet. This rooftop screening for the mechanical equipment may be an additional foot or so. My architect can address that, but the actual top of the building is 35 feet.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no other questions, I'll provide some further background about myself.
That's fine, we could, yeah, there'll be a rebuttal period as
Sure.
well. So there'll be an opportunity for that.
Okay.
So perhaps we'll now have the architect speak if there's any questions. But I actually wanted to have a follow-up question in regards to the height. So as designed, your parapet is 35 feet. However, the screening is projecting a foot above to 36 feet. Is that what staff is asking for clarification for? And I'm asking from the architect's point of view as to what your understanding of the building that you've designed is.
That's correct. Yeah, it's about 1.5 feet above, and they want it lowered to match the parapet height.
Understood. Okay. And we'll let staff look up the height limit to the zone with the height district. And originally,
I'm sorry, Mr. Simonian, I've been asked by GTV6 if you can sit closer to your microphone to make sure that the audio,
okay, thank you.
thank you.
And originally, I remember from several times that this project has come front of us, there was, the access was, and it still is, from the alley to the west. And there was a dedication at some point or a further setback that was being proposed. Is that still being proposed and maintained? And what is that additional setback, or is it a dedication or easement? How are you working this with?
So it's not an actual dedication. We just reduced the landscaping to allow for a 24-foot wide alley. That was recommended by City Council, and we did implement that in this project.
I see. From the original 20-foot alley, you're going 4 feet more. So you're going to improve that with concrete right-of-way?
Correct.
Understood. And in regards to the building entrance, it's still, now it's more repositioned in the center of the building, which before it was as well, but you're shaking your head, so.
I'm shaking my head because the pedestrian access as well as the access from the alleyway for vehicles is the same location. They have not been moved.
Okay. Do we have any more questions?
I had a question about a design choice, I guess. On the northern facade, there are no windows, and was that intentional as a design choice for the fellow neighbors?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Removed all the windows facing the neighbor to the north.
As clarification, the maximum height is 50 feet. In the C2 zone, it would be 35 feet, so that was my error. It was just a minor comment about the height. So the screening could technically go that high, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because my follow-up question was going to be, what about that fin wall? Because that one was much taller, so that's good to know. Thank you.
Yes, some of the renderings have it and some of them don't. You know what I mean, the fin, but the plans have it and some of them don't. But I think the intent is to have the architectural fin at the front facade.
So just as a clarification, the entrance is from Victory.
Pedestrian entrance is from Victory, and vehicle entrance is also via Victory and the alleyway.
You seem to have something looks like entry to me on Winchester. Is that another entry or?
No, that's just access to an electrical room, I believe.
Oh, okay, all right. Thanks.
And we do have video animation, if you can play that.
Of course.
thank you for the video. I had one question for the design team and even the ownership. The architectural style, the language of the design has changed. It's more muted than what it was before. What's the primary reason for that, or why did you choose to go with that direction?
We're working with Hilton. They're the primary franchise that we're working with, and those were the colors that they recommended. We did bring that to staff's attention, and they were okay with it. They found that acceptable.
And besides the color, though, just the undulation and the articulation of the different materials and the overall design look was a bit different. And so, are you opposed to the old style, the old look, even with these colors, say, but with the old look, but color change? Well, has that been discussed?
I'm not opposed to it, but really, the driving factor for the exterior design is really dictated by the major flags, by the major franchises. So, I mean, we definitely can recommend the original design to some of these brands and see how they react. So I'm not opposed to it, though, if that's your only concern.
Oh, thank you. Do we have any more questions for that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I'm going to pose a few questions as well, but really about the layout of the new design versus the original one. And I'm going to go about this a couple of ways, but as I look at it, you know, and I'm not normally one to criticize what people do in the inside, but it's quite disjointed to me. You have this very narrow public pedestrian entryway from Victory, and then you've got the front desk relocated there, but it's not adjacent to a management office, and you know, you've removed the breakfast bar area. So it seems like it's just cramming the things you need in there into a space that seems too small for it, if I can be blunt. So I'm wondering, did you reconsider a completely alternate way of laying out the ground floor and the vehicular access and things like that could have given you a more cohesive public space?
So we didn't change the entrance we did not relocate the vehicular entrance or the pedestrian entrance from what was originally approved by the Design Review Board and the City Council. We expect that the vast majority of guests that are going to be staying at this hotel are going to be dropped off by the vehicular access. We have a designated Uber and Lyft drop-off area, so we don't expect the vast majority, or we expect a very small minority of individuals that are going to check in or are going to enter the hotel via the Victory Boulevard pedestrian access. And then in terms of the way that the ground floor is laid out, that was largely dictated by some of the brands that we're working with. There's certain designs and styles that they want us to implement, and that was the primary driver of why that area is laid out. We actually had more rooms. We had 84 rooms. We had to remove 2 rooms because the brands made us remove 2 rooms, the brands that we were in serious discussions with. They were on the ground floor, so.
What is gonna be the programmatic business plan for the cafe open area in the center of town level?
The cafe is gonna be only for guests to use.
And is it one of those vending machine type of food places where you go and there's just a whole bunch of different vending machines and you get it and it's limited service? Or is it one of those breakfast included kind of a flag where everybody gets breakfast and you go down, you sit down and enjoy breakfast?
That's right. The brands that we're discussing, working with on this project, both require us to provide a complimentary breakfast to our guests only.
I see. And if the members of the community wanted to come have breakfast there or get a coffee or whatnot, is it going to be open to the public?
With the current floor plan design, it's not. It wasn't designed with that intent in mind. If that makes sense.
Could it be?
Unlikely, because to do so, we'd have to lose more rooms, which we cannot afford to do.
I see. Okay.
And just quick follow-up, so the entranceway, again, from the alleyway, you stuck with that because that was what was approved before. But do you firmly believe that that's the correct location for it? Do you want it there? Or are you just trying to stick with it because it was precedent?
No, I think that that's my preferred way of access into the hotel.
That's it for me.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to the public, and then there'll be a rebuttal period for the applicant team. Thank you. The first speaker is Philip Marks. And Mrs. Zemeditis, is it 3 minutes for each speaker? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have 3 family members here. I'd like to request that you combine our time. I have a statement that clocks at about 7.5 minutes. So if we each have 3 minutes, we wouldn't take the entire 9 minutes, but I would like to read this statement in its entirety.
Okay. Have they submitted speaker cards?
Yes, they have.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and do that, but we're going to keep it to the 9 minutes, and we're going to cut you off at that point just because, to be fair with everybody.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and Design Review Board members. My name is Philip Marks, and I reside next to the proposed design. This evening, I will summarize numerous but not all problems with this proposal's design and plans. Regarding safety, the design proposes 2 major public safety issues along the north property line. At the east side is a blind spot created by a 6-foot wall at the end of my driveway, concealed in renderings, that presents a hazard for Franklin Elementary School children, parents, neighbors, their pets, or anyone walking northbound on Winchester Avenue. Another major safety hazard is a 4-foot alley width extension on the west side imposed by the Council of 2019 that would make my private 5-foot setback a part of that extension by default. This invites collisions with trespassing drivers not expecting the raising of my garage door or the opening of the entry door in its center, which swings out 37 inches toward, but not into, the public alleyway. I understand that this board may not be inclined to reverse a council decision. However, the problem is still profound and noteworthy. This board may attempt to fix the alleyway traffic problem with mitigation measures like bollards or a wall, but instead, each would become obstacles for cars to hit head-on or clip in this alleyway turned into a pseudo-street. Impact direction would be toward my private property. An alternative might be to have a bottleneck curbing steering traffic away from my private property and into the alleyway. But again, this is inadequate, as it could consume space needed for fire department clearance, would occupy space in front of occupant exits, and by its nature would create a bottleneck condition into the alleyway traffic. If such curbing was combined with a wall or bollards, it could complicate the bottleneck further with added blind space. These situations on the east and west ends of the northern property line have very real hazard potential for property damage, injury, or fatality, and require correction. Also, the alley arrangement creates an invitation for temporary parking or drop-offs on my private property. Signage is not enforcement and would be wholly inadequate. An additional safety hazard along the central portion of the north property line is a proposed terrace or smoking deck, which presents fire safety hazards from non-extinguished and improperly disposed cigarettes. We wouldn't consider placing this risk next to the adjacent gas station. Likewise, my home should not be subject to the same risks. To address privacy, the smoking deck creates privacy issues from the placement of the terrace itself, spanning along my kitchen, a bathroom, a bedroom, and along my backyard. My family should not have to second-guess who can view the areas of our home where we have reasonable expectations of privacy. Terrace-facing windows, and especially 2 fire exit stairwell decks from the 3rd story, create additional privacy invasion concerns, and merely encasing these stairwells creates more mass, something staff tries to avoid. At ground level, the portion of the wall adjacent to the neighboring home and yard should be 8 feet tall rather than 6 feet. This terrace placement also creates potential nuisance. We do not want to become Glendale's unpaid ordinance enforcement police, who have to call every time smoke or noise becomes a nuisance originating from this terrace. The same potential for nuisance exists from the walkway running along the property line, which staff has recommended be eliminated. This is not a situation similar to the Glenmark Hotel and Rooftop Restaurant. Glenmark has a much higher roof, offering great distance from nearby residential, and has a parking lot and alleyway separating itself from the adjacent multi-residential units. This project's terrace is approximately 11 feet away from the property line. Should we end up filing a civil suit against the applicant for these nuisance problems, they'll blame the city for their approval. Inconsistencies and misrepresentations found in the plans and renderings. Pages 33 and 34 of the packet renderings show my house moving location. In the plans, the representation of my home is grossly inaccurate. They neglect to inform our city planning department and this board that a bedroom and a bathroom exist, which are much closer to the proposed project. I have provided staff in this board with packets demonstrating the misrepresentations I described. The false narratives and omissions present in these plans and renderings lead me to suspect that they intend to mislead. How can the Design Review Board approve plans offering gross misrepresentations and omissions of surrounding structures? These plans are greatly flawed because their creation is driven by funding calculations and not motivated by the desire for good design. I concur with staff's recommendations to remove massing from the north side of the project and request that all 3rd-story massing also be removed or set back from the northern property line to provide a solar easement for my property, something the applicant would surely not provide. This is consistent with Glendale's clean energy sustainability goals and assures my family that we can generate effective solar energy for our all-electric home and contribute to the grid. Speaking to project quality, recently community development staff presented a 3-year plan to City Council, during which Council discussed the desired quality of hotels in Glendale. This project does not meet the standards of City Council's desired hotels. Though the applicant calls this a 4-diamond hotel, it attempts to squeeze nearly the same number of rooms as our 5-star Glenmark in half the number of stories. But creating more but smaller rooms to qualify for a loan is no way to meet the quality of hotel design standards that Glendale seeks. Additionally, it provides 0 green space and 0 full-service restaurants. The applicant wanted to sidestep this board and go right to City Council. It is my hope that the board will do everything in its power to eliminate the problems I have highlighted, in addition to others, including returning to the previous colors and materials. Staff's recommended conditions are a positive step, but of such great magnitude that their implementation should be synonymous with return for redesign. Let's address the subsequent MND. At the previous appeal, an applicant's representative made untrue statements about the underground storage tanks and ground sampling referenced in the environmental reports. To this day, the environmental reports are inconclusive, and we have incomplete knowledge of the number of known underground storage tanks and the presence of ground contaminants. Additionally, the MND and subsequent MND failed to address asbestos discovered at the roof level of the existing structure since the previous appeal. With close proximity to neighbors and 450 feet away from an elementary school, this requires further investigation, and the mitigation measures should be included. And the subsequent MND should be returned for review as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We had Amy and Eliana Marks who have transferred their minutes. Besides that, I have no other speaker cards. Yes, ma'am, please come on up, introduce yourself, and then afterwards, if you would please fill out a card and hand it to staff.
Hello, my name is Amy Gubler, and I am a resident on Garden, which is also Winchester. The proposed hotel is, in my backyard, basically. A little bit less in my backyard as Phil, but we're new to the Glendale Riverside Rancho. We've been here about 3 years now, and the reason why we chose that neighborhood is primarily the aesthetic. I feel like this project is not honoring that in many ways. And had we known a 64 hotel room, let alone an 82 hotel room was going to be built, we probably would have made a different decision. The years of construction, the pollution, and everything involved will truly be an upset for my family and all the families that live in the area. The design really has me worried. Where will this Uber Lyft drop-off be? Do we know? I have a small child, as you can see. Am I supposed to keep him inside the whole time while this is being constructed? On many mornings, I have a hard time backing out of my driveway because the school traffic. If you guys have spent any time in the area, I'm sure you can see that street, Winchester, basically becomes a one-way street. You can't navigate two cars. How are we going to uphold Lyft drop-offs, guest drop-offs, and all the additional traffic? I just don't think it's been thought through. That's my main concern. It's upsetting that my child can't play in the street now while this is being built. He won't be able to ride his bike. He won't be able to get on his scooter because of everything that is being proposed. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any speakers that have called in?
We have 2 speakers so far. First caller, Corinne Costa. Corinne Costa, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, thank you, Design Review Board. It's actually Karen. It's Karen Costa. And I live in the Rancho 2 blocks away from the proposed hotel. I have horse property. I've lived here since 1977. I agree with Mr. Mark's assessment of the property. My concern, or actually my question is, how are we dealing with the infrastructure of this hotel? We're in a serious drought. We can't water our lawn. How are we going to have 80 toilets flushing, 80 showers running, 80 sinks running, along with landscaping, irrigation, not to mention our sewer system? And we've been warned about heat waves with rolling brownouts. So I'm a little curious as to how this has come into the equation of this hotel. My other concern is a few blocks down the street. I'm on Riverside Drive, and a few blocks west, a couple horses have been killed by traffic that is not savvy to our horse community. I'm concerned about the traffic at this hotel taking other routes other than Winchester, as the previous speaker said, to get away from the flow and coming down Winchester to the south onto Riverside Drive, where we have enough Disney, ABC traffic, et cetera, and a lot of horses cross that street. So I'm a little concerned and would like to know how you guys would address this issue. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, Jordan Sisson. Jordan Sisson, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Good evening, Design Review Board. My name is Jordan Sisson. I'm a land use CEQA attorney speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. Last May, we submitted a 3-page comment letter. Therein, we raised concerns about the M&D's lack of a VMT analysis, and we also supported staff's recommendation then to reduce the project size. Tonight, we submitted a supplemental comment, roughly 5 pages, mostly of images, in response to new information provided in tonight's staff report, including significant changes to the recommendation of condition number 1 about the project's redesign. In short, we are asking the board to consider 2 main revisions to the current 10 conditions proposed by staff. These are located on page 9 and 10 of tonight's staff report. The two alterations we're asking for is a new condition 11 that incorporates 4 VMT mitigation measures. These include incentives for carpooling and public transit, a guaranteed ride home program, subsidized transit passes for employees, and require shuttle service for hotel patrons to the Burbank Airport and other nearby stops. The second revision we're asking for is that the Design Review Board adopt the condition 1 as it was presented from May. Therein, staff specifically recommended a reduction of 8 rooms and specific reductions to the second and third floors near the northwest and southeastern facades. In the remaining time, I really just want to highlight 2 of our substantive points. First, CEQA and the city's own VMT guidelines confirms that a VMT analysis is needed. Please consider the following 5 factors. 1, contrary to staff suggestion, CEQA does not care about business addresses. Instead, they care about actual land uses. So, too, the CEQA baseline is not set in 2017 because here the revised project expands and exacerbates cumulative impacts. The second factor is that the original project's 2016 Phase 1 and Phase 2 confirms that the gas station has been gone since the 80s, and only a 3-bay auto repair and a used dealership were actually in use in 2016. Third factor, Google Earth images confirm that these uses were substantially eliminated by 2018. Fourth factor is that 2 commenters supporting this project that lives nearby the project site confirms that these old uses have been vacated for at least 5 years. And fifth, and most importantly, the city's VMT guidelines make clear that only, quote, existing and active uses, end quote, should be credited when applying the VMT screening threshold of 145 ADT's average daily trip threshold. Here, the applicant's own traffic analysis confirms the project exceeds this at a minimum 214 ADTs. Plus, the city's VMT guidelines specifically identifies a 43-room hotel as considered a small project to be screened under this threshold. This project is nearly double in size. My second point is that there's no explanation why staff has suddenly significantly changed its condition 1. Please consider our comment letter we provided tonight. For example, figure 2 on page 3 of our letter shows the significant changes made to the original project plan. Please note that the 3-story massing right against the adjacent 1-story building gas station and the 1-story residence on the northeastern and western side.
There's a time limit, and you've gone over the 3-minute time limit.
Sorry, my phone is very slow.
Roger that. Thank you for your time, and please consider our recommendations that we've emailed and submitted tonight and emailed to staff.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And just for a point of clarification, yes, we received comments right before the meeting from Mr. Jordan Sisson on behalf of Law Office of Gideon Krakow, and those comments were forwarded to all of the Design Review Board members, but unfortunately it was moments before the start of the meeting. So there were also comments submitted from Mike Barasov as well, and those comments were forwarded to you right before the meeting. Put that on record, and I believe Mr. Joe already mentioned that there were numerous emails received throughout the last few days that had been forwarded to all the Design Review Board members for your consideration this evening.
Thank you. Are there any more callers that are in queue?
Yes, we have one more caller calling in right now. And Joanne Hedge. Joanne Hedge, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you. I'm Joanne Hedge. I live on Garden Street, not terribly far from the hotel site. Well, I am the founder of the Glendale Rancho Neighborhood Association. And since the inception of this project, we first learned about it in 2018 and 2019. It was approved by DRB, but it was appealed by Mr. Marks and his associates, and that was denied at a city council meeting very late at night in 2019. But I have to tell you that the entire history of this project has been just overloaded with negative impacts and negative impressions, and all this outreach they claim to have done with residents is pure fluffy air. And we just feel like this project has, from the outset, had no real connection with, what the neighborhood and the history and the character and the needs and requirements of the Rancho, which is a very unusual part of Glendale, requires. It's equestrian. It has lots of parks, open space. It does have the movie studios. But this hotel, in appearance, I mean, overall, is just ugly. And no one knows what this is going to lead to, especially in a time when we don't know who their client base is going to be, who the visitors to the hotel will stay, because they were claiming it was going to help with the studio crews and so on. But all of those folks are now either transferred to Florida from Disney or they're working by Zoom, but I don't think they're going to stay there. And the worst part of this is just that use of the public alley. It is heavily used by city work trucks. It's used by all the residents to access their garages. It's used by the service trucks for the Chevron and the Mini Mart. And it's a cut through from Victory to Lake Street for God knows who. It's just a very inappropriate use for that site and for what the neighborhood needs. And now to learn that we can't even stop in this place for a coffee because we're the public is just kind of the final straw. But anyway, it's not something that to this date, even with the revisions, it's even less appealing to a large group of Riverside Rancho folks, and it has no relationship to any architecture in the area. So that's kind of where we stand on this right now. We're not very happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more speakers that have called in since the last speaker?
No, no more callers.
So with that, I'm going to close the public portion. The applicant does have opportunity for a rebuttal. And so if you would like to have a rebuttal, you're welcome to come up. And Ms. Zematitis, if you would just remind us on the time limit of the rebuttal.
2 minutes.
Thank you. If you would please state your name for the record again.
Sure. Anand Desai. I was born and raised I was actually raised in Glenwood, pardon me. I went to high school here. My office is directly across the street. I have multiple hotels in the city. I do care about the city. In fact, it's unfortunate that Ms. Hedge didn't point out the fact that I actually emailed her multiple times personally, offering to have an equestrian-themed interior design in the hotel, and I value her input. I asked her to come and have a meeting with me multiple times, and she did not even acknowledge my email. In terms of what Mr. Marks is saying, he was unhappy with the fact that there originally was a pool there because he thought it would generate a lot of noise. We removed the pool, removed all the windows facing his property. And again, this is a completely by right project. We're well within the code. Do you have anything to add on that?
I have a follow-up question, and I'm wondering if staff could put up the site plan, and if someone from the applicant's team could please kind of point out the transportation drop-off area for Uber, Lyft, deliveries, et cetera, that you had referred to. That way we kind of get a better understanding of how you envision transportation integrating itself into the site.
And just to remind the board, when we had the original DRB by the previous applicant, this issue was brought up by the DRB, and then on the second DRB, it was addressed to the satisfaction of the board.
Yeah, I do recall that, and so I'm wondering if you could just point that out on the screen.
So this is,
Where the
would be
dash-
Victory Boulevard on the south, the public alley.
Yeah, that's the right slide there. So if you were to drive north along the alley and then make a right turn into Exactly, right there, that crossed area there is the Uber Lyft drop-off.
I see. So if
Yes.
I'm getting a ride from Uber, they turn northbound on the public alley, they turn into the aisle of the hotel, the interior aisle, and would they be queuing up where the blue arrow is, or are they queuing up in that parallel spot just south of it?
They're queuing up in the parallel spot just south of it.
And how wide is that portion of the driveway?
I believe it's around 30 feet.
Okay. All right. That was my question. Do we have any other questions? Yes,
I have one
Board Member
more
McKee.
question. Just to clarify, is there a relationship between the number of rooms in a hotel and the parking requirement? I noticed that the revision of the plans, adding 18 rooms and only 2 parking spaces, is there a relationship? How many parking? I
Yes,
remember,
I can address that, Mr. Minas.
Is that a
There,
question to the applicant or staff?
I mean,
The code
either person.
requires a .8 parking space per room. Even with the 82 rooms there, I believe they're overparked by 2 spaces or 2 or 3 spaces. So they do satisfy within code's parking requirements.
Okay. Now, my second question is to the owner. You mentioned that most of the guests will be Ubering into the hotel. And having said that, why would you, I mean, is there a way, I'm just trying to look at the economy of the construction of the basement, way that you can somehow agree with the city that most of the guests would be kind of Ubering in and maybe eliminate the lower basement or lower parking. I mean,
that's a great suggestion.
because I mean, you're talking about economy, and then you've been kind of adding rooms to economize the project. What if there's some compromise in what you can do with respect to the?
If I could just speak about the code and rather the applicant's desire. If we eliminate the second level of subterranean garage, in a sense, we're eliminating required parking, which would trigger this project to a parking reduction permit, which would require an additional entitlement, which is discretionary upon the planning hearing officer. So if he could comply with the zoning code and provide sufficient amount of parking, it would be in interest to do that to avoid that discretionary application as well, which he's providing right now, yeah.
I see. Thank you.
Any other questions for?
I had a question. I'm understanding that the reasons why the redesign happened and the increase in the number of rooms because of the hotels that you're speaking with, why did you move forward in plan check with the original design? If was this always the intent, or were you talking to other partners before and it changed?
So after the project was approved in 2019, we immediately started plan check. And then COVID happened. During that time, the appetite for lenders was a lot less for new construction. And we found that mostly lenders, they were not very enthusiastic about the fact that we had this many rooms, and the cost of the project was going to, based on the fact that there's 2 levels of subterranean parking, the cost of the project is pretty high, to put it simply.
And in terms of any code allowances or variances of some kind because the maximum height allows 50 feet here, but it's only 3-story, is there any option for the owner to provide or gain access for another story?
The code allows for 3 stories up to 50. I mean, it wouldn't help them with rooms because each story,
Right.
right, I mean, that's where kind of the bind he's in right now.
Does he have room in the FAR?
The code in,
There is no FAR.
correct.
So in other words, he could do a full 3 stories to get more rooms because there's no FAR limit. However, because of the courtyard that's being created,
Right.
rooms are going away, but then as he adds rooms, he's gonna have to add more parking.
Right.
And these are all standard parking spots at the moment?
We have both EV standard parking stalls as well as ADA accessible stalls as well per the code.
And tandem is not allowed under this specific code section, correct? All right. Do we have any more questions for the applicant? No?
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and start deliberation. Board Member Minas, do you want to?
Could I ask
Of-
one
of course.
clarification for Mr. Joe before he runs away?
You weren't expecting that, were you?
Caught me.
There was a comment raised in the public commentary about a change in condition from the May report to this current report. Could you provide some clarification on that, please?
Yes, that's an excellent point, which I was going to see if I can, because we're getting emails, and I'm going to acknowledge it from Mr. Jordan from Gideon Law. He provided an email to staff, which we forwarded to you, about staff's condition number 1, how it talked about its original condition about elimination number of room in linear, in linear feet, versus today we're just saying to eliminate portions of the building to provide massing and transition, which is the intent of the original project. So in long story short, staff did not want to enumerate number of rooms and say, you shall only have 78 rooms or 70 rooms or whatnot. I mean, the way we kind of look at it is what we're really talking about from design is mass and scale and transition. That's what I'm offering to the board to take in consideration here. We're just asking the board to take a look at, well, what would be adequate to meet the intent of the original approval by the guidelines and the approval by the previous review by the board and city council. And I give you an example. I don't want to hinder the applicant operator to say, you shall only have 70 rooms. I mean, that can conflict with his franchise or whatnot, wherever it is, because you can technically, by any size of a pie, cut into any many pieces, whether big or small. And I don't feel like, for the purposes of talking about mass and scale, I want to say knock off 4 rooms, or let's talk about number of rooms. I didn't really want to talk about that. What I really wanted to emphasize and talk about was massing and transitions of what the board previously took in consideration, the city council took in consideration, and what the guidelines recommend. So, and that's really what the intent. So thank you for the timely question. I was just going to ask for
Thank you
time
for
to
the
speak about.
explanation.
Right. Well, that, Mr. Board Member Minas, do you want to start us off this evening?
Prefer somebody else to start the discussion, and then I'll
Okay.
follow.
Board Member Walsh?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can certainly appreciate the applicant's constraint here and need. Unfortunately for us, we're constrained by what we're, put in place to enforce, which are the design guidelines and the code for the city. And so from that perspective, I'll speak about, the overall design that they're presenting, which I think is fine. I'm not as concerned as some of the public speakers had been about the design. I think it's reasonable, and if it's done in keeping with what is being, provided by the corporate giants that govern hotel design and aesthetics, so be it. I don't have any major objection to it, except for the Winchester side, how that is done with the pure facade of just blank stone wall. This is a pedestrian street. There are people who walk down that street all the time, particularly parents with kids going to I think it's Franklin Elementary there. And so it's very close to the sidewalk. It's imposing, rising up, 35 feet straight up off the ground. So it didn't seem to me that it was well considered in terms of its relationship to the neighborhood there. And then, of course, the major thing is the increase in the mass. And I think the original design, the design that was approved by council, was, more in keeping with the guidelines. This is a single-family residential zone to which it abuts, and we have, some restrictions there. You must step it back some. You have to be respectful of the immediate neighbors. It would be one thing if this was adjoining a multifamily neighborhood with, large apartment buildings, but the immediate adjoining neighborhood is zoned R1. And so I think it has to be respectful towards that. It has to have some amount of step back and having the massing, especially at the second and third floor, to be responsive to that. So in that regard, I definitely am in alignment with staff's comments, and Mr. Joe's in particular, about the fact that we shouldn't be prescribing how many rooms, but we should be prescribing the fact that that second and third floor should be set back from the property line. I also heard the immediate neighbor saying that he'd like that wall to be 8 feet. I don't see why we couldn't allow that to be 8 feet as well if it helps privacy. But he raised some good concerns. The shadowing of the building on his backyard and his roof line, would affect his solar panels or ability to have solar panels. The way that third floor egress onto that little railing, the little balcony there, is like right on top of his property, and I think that that's an inappropriate location for that. So I think that's generally speaking, the staff is correct in their guidance here. I'm not sure with 10 different conditions whether we should comfortably just approve it with the conditions, or we should ask for return for redesign. It's been my experience on this board that when we have so many conditions and so much stuff that we're delegating to staff, that we've certainly been admonished by City Council that we should take more of those things to ourselves and make those decisions ourselves. So from my perspective, I think that staff's guidance is correct, but that we should actually take a look at it again in terms of our resubmitted design. So those are my thoughts. I would certainly also just encourage the applicant and the architect to restudy the vehicular traffic pattern, the way that the lobby was laid out. I think it was very disjointed, and it just didn't seem that it was very well done in terms of trying to have a coherent, lobby area. And I think that's redoing that would be a useful exercise. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Welsh. Board Member Minas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the staff, for the comprehensive report that you have prepared, and thank you for the applicants to present their case. Generally speaking, I'm in favor of, say, a hotel in that area because it can serve a lot of purpose. I'm not against the project. There are, as far as the mass is concerned, I'm okay with the mass of the structure, except maybe some revision in the back, as Mr. Welch indicated, to kind of step it down towards the residential side of the project. And as far as the Winchester side, I also agree with Mr. Welch that some kind of softness of the facade of the structure, can really benefit the visual impact on the pedestrians. And overall, I would say that if, of course, Mr. Marks also indicated that for privacy, a higher wall is necessary. I would agree with that also. But overall, if the number of conditions are too many, then of course I would like to hear the other members of the Board of Design Review what their comments are, and then I'll make a decision on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Minas. Board Member.
What's my name?
It's not even late yet.
I know. Thank you. So yes, thank you, staff, for presenting the long history of this project, and to the applicant and the community for coming out and giving us each your side. So personally, I like the aesthetic of the new design more than the previous design, just looking at it from, the architecture and language. I would have some minor comments and suggestions. I agree with Board Member Welsh's comment regarding the Winchester facade on the ground floor, especially when you compare it to what's happening on that ground floor is just a corridor. I think it would be, a missed opportunity if you don't add windows along that facade to street facing, just to open it up a little bit. And on the north side, while I appreciate your choice to try and respect the neighbor's privacy by not putting any windows along that side, I think you could, introduce maybe some clerestory windows where you're not going to provide some privacy concerns for the neighbors, but you would allow some natural light into those rooms, because at the end of the day, it's a little bit of a balance between both pleasing your neighbors and also your guests for a hotel, right? And I can empathize with the community that it lives around this property, but at the end of the day, it is a C3 zone, right? So you have to maybe look at the possibility of a 50-foot building being built as opposed to the 35-foot. So I think it's a challenge, but I do concur for the most part with staff's conditions. I do appreciate and see that there's articulation around basically three sides of the building, and again, not that fourth side. That north side is lacking in terms of a little bit of visual interest, and it's the most like exposed side to the residential neighborhood, right? So I feel like that needs some work. But overall, I think I would turn to my board members and how we would, whether we approve it with conditions, because there are so many, and I know in the past we've always wanted to see it come back when it's that many conditions, but that's the extent of my comments.
Thank you, Board Member Chugayan.
Thank you.
This has been a long road. I was involved with both of the Design Review Board hearings, I believe. I followed this project through as it's been appealed and got a city council. I've certainly seen it over the years, and it is in a C3 zone, as staff indicated. It has a 50-foot height limit, but currently what's being proposed is, say, 35 feet or 36 feet. However you look at the screening, it's still below what is allowed by code. The owner, developer, lives across, has an office across the street as part of the community, and so some of the feedback that's been said over the years, or more specifically that this is going to be a rundown place, a rundown hotel, etc. I'm not really letting that get in the way of my decision, because if a developer lives or has an office across the street, that person is vested, that person is part of the community. And so I do think this is going to be a quality hotel, and I absolutely do appreciate what the applicant has to go through in order to get a national flag to basically take on this hotel and put it under their banner. They do have minimum size requirements, construction costs are up, inflation is up. It is very hard to pencil these deals, and so economies of scale makes a lot of difference in the quality of a hotel that we're going to end up with, and the type of a hotel that's going to sustain itself on a long-term basis that doesn't turn into something undesirable. And so when you do have the majors involved, they absolutely keep the operator in check. Contractually, they need to keep the operator in check, and contractually, the operator needs to make sure that the building's at a certain level of look and feel, and so I think that's important. Currently, it's an abandoned gas station. It's certainly a nuisance, and this is going to clean up the area, and so whatever is built here is going to have a big effect on the surrounding context. Now, a hotel will bring much needed economic boost to the surrounding storefronts, and so I do think that's a positive compared to some other uses. And so I don't really have a issue with the hotel use. I don't really have an issue with the three-story factor of it. I do appreciate that there's a courtyard, and I've always appreciated the fact that there's a courtyard on the north side. I think that is good for both parties. It's good for the hotel, and it's also good for the neighborhood to the north, more specifically the immediate home to the north. I remember when this project came through the first couple of times, I had made suggestions as far as additional setbacks within the alley to provide for easier transportation and easier traffic. I'm glad that that's still being maintained with the additional setback. And also, I'm glad that there is a queuing area for the Ubers and the lifts and the deliveries, etc., to pull in to be able to park. I also concur that the north facade can have some more visual interest. I don't think that we want to put a whole bunch of windows, but as Board Member Chagaina pointed out, they could be high windows, they could be ribbon windows, they could be opaque windows that are placed higher up, but in general, some more variety. It seems that there is an overall consensus that the current style of architecture will suffice, that I haven't really heard, and I did bring it up, but no one else went with it, that it is sufficient as far as the language of architecture. So where I think that in order for this project to be successful and for it to become a hotel, I do think that a minimum number of rooms is necessary. Now, whatever that number is, I don't know, but I would imagine that if the developer is going through this process after that painful, 4 years of agony, that if he's going through this again, he's really got to need it, and it's probably because the project as proposed or as going through plan check is unbuildable. And I've seen that many times when you have 2 levels of subterranean parking and you have a 2 and a 3-story, hotel above it with today's type 1 construction costs, or even if it's a type 3, and type 5 is through the roof as well. But it's just hard to make these things pencil. So I believe that an 11.5-foot setback on the north is sufficient. I honestly do believe that. I absolutely sympathize with the property owner to the north. I understand the family's point of view. But at the same time, they did buy a home right next to the commercial product. And when you buy the last home on a block on already a street that is accessing a school, it's going to be busy, and it's usually less expensive than other homes, and that's the risk of it. And so before, the neighborhood wasn't too happy with the previous design, but now we have this. But if this doesn't work, you could have a 50-footer, and then no one's gonna be happy, and that was the case with the Glenmark Hotel, right? They were always, they felt as though the hotel was more massing and more scale than the other uses. So I don't think this is an unreasonable request. You know, if the surrounding community wants to appeal it, then they're gonna appeal it, and we'll let council decide again. But so far as my viewpoint is concerned, I think this is a reasonable attempt. I think it's a reasonable design. I particularly don't really support condition number 1 of reduction in the mass and scale, but I think the other conditions are supportable, which we could go over. But I don't think that I agree with condition number 1. I do think that, as I've stated, that the north facade could have more visual interest. I do think the lobby needs to be more emphasized. I do think that the building could use a nicer entry point. And now, whether that's a reduction of a room to create that, then so be it. But I do think that it needs to have more of a presence. Ideally, I would have said, you know, you lose 2 rooms and then create a much nicer, transparent cafe atmosphere where you could kind of see inside. But I think, like the original design was correct. And so, but insofar as the mass and scale is concerned, I think it's fine. What I do agree with staff on absolutely is the fact that that privacy wall on the north side of the courtyard should extend all the way. The landscaping should also extend on the courtyard level all the way across the entire courtyard. It should consist of mature, large, hedge type, you know, whether it's the ficuses of the world or the lugostriums of the world, but a hedge kind of a scenario. I think the railings of those stairs should be solid versus vertical, because that's going to create more, and I'm talking about the exit stairs from the 3rd level going down. I think that's going to create more of a visual barrier. So the idea would be to create more of an internal courtyard without north views and trying to block as much of the nuisance as possible. But I do believe an 11.5-foot setback, coupled with the fact that it does actually step back more as it goes towards the alley, is sufficient. Those were my comments, and so we could kind of, I guess, go through these conditions and see what sort of consensus we have, and then which direction we want to take.
Do you want me to do a read back?
Yep, please.
Perfect. It seems like the primary comment we don't quite have consensus on in terms of the massing at the north facade. 3 commissioners supported the staff recommendation to reduce the massing there, bringing it closer to the intent, or the intent and the actual appearance of the previous approval. And then Chair Simonian just stated that he supports the proposed massing. So is that something to discuss, or is that where everything stands?
Well, I think we want to look at everything holistically, kind of moving forward, which one of the other ones.
Okay.
What we have consensus on.
Yeah, so we have consensus, I think, on several other issues, including raising the wall between the 2 properties from 6 feet to 8 feet. The general support for most of the staff comments, except for condition 1. Mr. Welch, there was one condition I didn't catch. After you mentioned the wall at the north, you said that something was in an inappropriate location, but I didn't catch what that was.
I think you were referring probably to the staircase that exited from the 3rd floor.
Okay.
That was right at the northern perimeter of the property, and would, again, somebody standing on there would be looking straight down into the neighbor's yard. So
Right.
I didn't think that was particularly good from a privacy perspective.
Okay. And Mr. Simonian's recommendation of having a solid railing there probably wouldn't change that privacy issue for someone standing there.
Probably not.
if that's a required egress stair in some way, which I don't know, but I'm picturing, can you picture a possible privacy screen that might rise up on the north side of that landing?
I suppose if it's required to be in that location, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Mhm.
if
I
it
see.
had to be at the end of that corridor, or whatever it would be.
Right.
So I guess when we come back, if everyone could share if that's a condition you support. Let's see, there was a discussion about the Winchester facade, and then it got more specific in terms of adding windows. I think that was something that there was general support for. There was also discussion about providing more visual interest at the north side, and Board Member Chagayan thought possibly adding windows, but I heard also that that may not necessarily be the way to do it. If there's consensus on doing something there, if you could give us more guidance, that would be great.
I think that adding the windows, which I stated as well, I was more referring to the north facade, but higher windows.
Yeah.
And I think Board Member Chagayan was also indicating
Yeah,
similar.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that you thought the same thing, so.
Correct, we're on the same page, or some sort of other visual interest that could add elevational interest on that on that north facade.
Okay,
Which is kind of related to condition number 9, but, which was also addressing the northern elevation.
Right, to give a little more roof line
Right.
articulation. So would that, if for some reason, the way hotel rooms are designed, all of the rooms are kind of a rectangle with a window at the end. If that's something that their brands wanted, would you be satisfied with roof line articulation, or is there another idea besides windows that?
Yeah, I think any sort of a visual interest that would kind of get it away from us,
Yeah.
just a blank
Blank
wall
wall.
on the north
Okay, so we'll
facade,
keep it vague. Visual interest and.
Visual
Not-
interest,
not a blank
including
wall.
roof variety, or, opaque high windows, something like that.
Okay. More articulation, visual interest. Mr. Simonian, you mentioned providing more emphasis at the lobby. I think we have to restrict the board's discussion to not say to enlarge the lobby, which is an interior space. I think that's beyond our purview, but would you,
Building
just
entrance,
to bring more visual interest to the entrance to kind of mark it more clearly?
which could also translate itself to more of a transparent building entrance that could make the cafe more visible,
Right.
sitting area more visible.
Okay. And that's everything that I've got.
So I think that's more of a benefit to the entire community versus just one home to the north, let's say, where we have that added visual lobby entrance, wider entrance. It's going to really bode well for the interaction with the community. And also, if that cafe could change in the future, it could turn into where if we want to grab a coffee, we go in and we buy a coffee as well. Would imagine they would do something like that, but then that would also be more inviting as well. So I think it's just good planning. And if they lose a room doing it, then so be it. Or 2 rooms, so be it. But just has a more interesting building entrance. That's the intent of that thought.
Okay, everyone supports that.
Yes.
Great. And then I guess the question is return for redesign versus approve with conditions. As always, staff is ready to accept approve with conditions. The biggest condition, the 2 biggest conditions seem to be the massing at the 2nd and 3rd floor. And if the board votes in favor of changing that, you do have the model of the previous approval, so it wouldn't be like completely new turf for us to be considering. And then there's the revision to the north facade, which has a little open-endedness that you may or may not want to see again.
So I guess with all the conditions that you've stated, there seems to be consensus except for condition number 1. And so, I guess does now that we've gone through all the conditions, does the rest of the board feel strongly about integrating condition number 1, or everything else that's been stated? If they could support a motion without condition number 1, I guess, in a way to expedite this thing and move it forward. one way or another.
I wouldn't support it without condition 1. I think condition 1 has to be in there.
And Board Member Minas?
Again, I'm okay with the massing of this building, except if we can somehow compromise, putting a little bit higher wall for privacy, then I would say that the condition number 1, by scaling down the second and third floors, I would support that if we can somehow, create that extra privacy along the back towards
By
the
raising the wall, you would support reducing the mass or not reducing? Having the condition or?
Not having the condition, but
Eliminating condition 1
Right.
and accepting the proposed mass.
right, and
Okay.
then
With the
increasing the wall.
Quite relate to privacy, it's more a massing issue, but however you want to.
Again, overall, I don't have any issue with the massing because the code allows 50-foot high buildings is only 35 feet. So, I have to really state my opinion that I don't think that this is really an issue.
Okay.
I would agree. For me, I guess the difference between a 4-foot, I guess the previous design was 15-foot setback, right? As opposed to the 11.6. We're talking about the north side being mostly the issue or concern.
Mainly at the second and the third floor. Because in
Right.
the original design, the second and the third floor, particularly in that northeast portion, was set back way more
Way
than
back,
that.
right?
Yes.
But, and then hearing the reason for why it's even coming back to the DRB is for the viability of even being able to develop the project. I think I'm,
The point I would make, though, is that we can't make a finding based on the pensability of the project. We have to follow the
Right.
design guidelines, so.
right.
But I mean, either somebody thinks the massing is appropriate or they don't.
Right.
And I think that's what, in my opinion at least, is, I don't find that a partial 2-story and a 3-story on a C3, which is the highest commercially zoned property we have,
Right.
is unreasonable in today's, dense world.
Well, I think that the original proposal was the reasonable alternative, and that's why it was finally approved by council. But it does abut an R1 zone. That's the problem. When you have the C3 abutting a single-family zone, it creates this tension. And unfortunately, we have those many places in the city, and this is why, to me, you have to have that sort of transition between them. And I'm not asking for a lot. We're, proposing some amount of massing setback away from that single-family zone, as was the original design approved, and blessed by City Council.
Let me ask, would you support the approval with conditions in that case, or would you more so want it to be returned for redesign?
Well, as Mr. Platt pointed out, it is making reference to the original design. So if that were the case, yes, if it were included, I would support it for an approval with the condition 1 included.
Okay.
I guess, does somebody want to make a motion? I'm still not convinced that 1, in my opinion, is something that I would wholeheartedly support condition. So I'm probably a no with that, with that. But somebody wants to make a motion, let's see what we can put together. But I would support without 1, motion without 1.
Seems like we're torn. This hasn't happened to us yet. my motion would be to approve it with all the conditions stated, plus our added conditions, yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay, this will be roll call by Board Member Chagayan, second by Board Member Welsh, to include all conditions, including number 1 and the added conditions. So this will be roll call. Board Member Minas?
Yes.
Board Member Chagayan?
Yes?
Board Member Welsh?
Yes.
Mr. Chair Simonian?
No.
The motion stands 3-1. So this would be a return for redesign.
No.
So this is without condition number 1 or with
This
condition?
is with condition number 1, but it's an approval.
I just wanted to
with
make sure I
conditions.
understood that.
Yeah.
Environmental, yeah.
Then, sorry, yes, because there is a subsequent M&D. I wanted to make sure of that because I wasn't too sure. So this is approval with condition number 1. And this would be roll call for adoption of the M&D. Board member, subsequent M&D, I apologize. Board member Minas?
Yes.
Board member Chagayan?
Yes?
Board member Welsh?
Yes.
Mr. Chair Simonian?
To the MND?
To the subsequent M&D, correct?
Yes.
Motion stands. Quick revote. So, okay, so what I will do is we're going to do another motion. First, I'm going to go over the, for the subsequent M&D, and then we're going to do for the motion proposed by Board Member Chagayan to,
Yes, I wanted to.
sorry.
Good evening, Chair Simonian and Design Review Board members. Because I, along with Mr. Joe, thought that this was a return for redesign, there was no need to adopt the subsequent MND before you voted. But now that we've both realized that this is not a return for redesign, it's approval of the project with conditions, I would suggest that since you've already voted on the MND, you don't need to vote on that again, but that you take a quick revote on the approval with all the conditions that you did. However, the order was incorrect. It needed to be the MND first, then the approval.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Nuki. And also, do we need to have a motion and a second for the M&D? There was a vote, but I don't believe that there was a...
Well, I think we can dispense with that since they've already voted on it. But
And it was unanimous.
And it was unanimous, of course.
So this would be a roll call for a motion to approve.
Do we have to
with all the
remove it and
conditions.
resecond it again, or was the original one okay?
I'm acting upon, thank you for the clarification, on the motion proposed by Board Member Chagayan, second by Board Member Welsh, to approve the project with all of staff's conditions, in addition, the added conditions discussed during deliberations. Okay. Board Member Minas?
Yes.
Board Member Chagayan?
Yes?
Member Mr. Welsh?
Yes.
Mr. Simonian, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair Simonian?
No.
Okay. And motion carries.
Okay. Well, our next case is 2209235, which is the project located at 216 South Glendale.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair Simoni, do you mind taking a quick recess? I believe one of our board members just stepped up.
Sure.
So that way. And thank you. So. we are live back on the air.
Mr. Joe, do you want to start us off again?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can ask Ms. Zemetidis to start up the PowerPoint presentation for this next item.
You are.
Okay. So the next item is located at 216 to 222 South Glendale Avenue and 611 Orange Grove Avenue. Prior to the project description and details, I just want to go through a brief project history. Earlier this year, a prior iteration of this project was reviewed by the Design Review Board. Ultimately, the board rendered a return for redesign decision. And for organization for this presentation, the flow will begin with the applicant's current proposal, provide some insight of the project with comparison to the first submittal, review DRB's conditions from the first meeting, and then staff's recommendation with suggested conditions. So as stated before, the board saw the first iteration of this project earlier this year in February 24th, which was to construct a approximately 1,500 square foot counter service restaurant with a drive-through. And once again, it had rendered a decision of return for redesign. This is the applicant's second submittal, and a very high-level summary of this request is to demolish the 3 buildings at 611 Orange Grove, 216 to 222 Glendale Avenue, and to construct a approximately 1,400 square foot counter service restaurant with a drive-through and outdoor dining area. This is the location map of the project. It's located at the southeast corner of Glendale Avenue and Orange Grove Avenue. It consists of 3 contiguous parcels, approximately 20,000 square feet. It's zone C31, which is commercial services, and as shown on the screen, the abutting zones are R2250 to the east, C3 to the north and south, and DSP East Broadway districts west across Glendale Avenue. This is an aerial of the project site, similar to the previous slide. The site is shaded in yellow. This slide contains photographs of the project site. Beginning at the 11 o'clock position is a photo of the multi-tenant commercial building at 216 South Glendale. And that picture is outlined in blue. Moving counterclockwise in the photograph outlined in green is a single-tenant commercial building, which is the Golden Fork at 222 South Glendale Avenue. And last, outlined in brown, is a single-family residence, which is 611 Orange Grove Avenue. All 3 buildings were identified within the city's 2019 South Glendale Historic Survey, which assigned each of them with a status code of 6Z, which means ineligible for historic designation. Overall, the site plan of the project will largely remain the same as the first submittal. The building footprint, parking layout, drive-through circulation pattern, and landscaping will be mostly the same. Minor changes have been made to the outdoor seating area, the covered seating patio cover, building elevations, which I will review on subsequent slides. And on this slide here, you can see on the left-hand side the original project, which was reviewed earlier this year in February, and the revised project on the right. And just to zero in exactly what's proposed with the revised project, the project includes a 1,414 square foot counter service restaurant. It will include 8 parking spaces. Vehicle access into the property will be via a one-way driveway via Glendale Avenue and a one-way exit driveway onto Orange Grove. A 11.5 foot by approximately 150 foot length drive-through lane will be provided, which will be able to accommodate 16 vehicles. The drive-through pattern has been designed to maximize the amount of vehicles queued on site. Same as the first submittal, the revised project will include a variety of California-friendly trees, shrubs, ground covers identified on WUCOLS or bwatterwise.com, along with that will be sited along the street front property lines, the eastern property line, and adjacent through the drive-through aisles. This is the outdoor seating area which was included with the first submittal, which include a partially covered outdoor seating area between the new building and South Glendale Avenue right-of-way, which included modular tables and chairs, as you can see on the renderings on the left-hand side of the screen. This slide is of the revised project outdoor seating area. In lieu of the modular tables and chairs, as you saw in the previous slide of the original project, this iteration provides fixed concrete planters and benches and cylindrical tables that are provided as a seating area. And at the landscape area at the corner of Glendale and Orange Grove Avenue, a metal leaning table and metal seating bars have been provided. And the depiction of that leaning table and seating bars have been provided the lower left-hand screen, which is the rendering of that was provided. Staff recommends that the concrete planter and benches and the cylindrical tables and the metal leaning tables and seating bars should be replaced with a more inviting seating design to further activate the project as viewed from the streets. In regards to the shade cover above the seating area, what has been amended was instead of having a partially covered cover, it's being replaced with solar panels. And from this screen here, on the left-hand side is the roof plan, and on the right-hand side is just the landscape plan with the seating area. It's just showing where it will cover. And this is a repeat comment from the project's first submittal. At the east property line, a 3 to 8 foot tall CMU wall is provided to further buffer with the adjacent residents. Specific design details for this wall were not provided. Staff just recommends that the wall should incorporate decorative materials such as a split face CMU masonry and caps, or to be finished with stucco, just to enhance appearance from the on the residential use side as well as from the street.
How tall, I'm sorry, how tall is the wall?
It ranges from 3 to 8 feet. It drops down to 3 feet as you get closer to what would be perceived the street front setback of the adjacent residence. So closer to Orange Grove.
Thank you.
Moving on to mass and scale. No changes to the building's volumes and massing, as you can see on the screen here. The project will maintain its modest size, its horizontal emphasis. Modest changes to the front entry remain, which is shown on circles. So once again, on the left-hand side is the original and the revised project on the right. And just to show you, because it's best to understand how it changed, I'm just going to reference this floor plan here. You can see that the revised project on the right-hand side has been reduced in floor area, which the front entry has been relocated to the now clipped corner of the building. Overall, the project's finishes will include quality materials such as painted stucco with plaster reveals, Parklix panel siding, wood fascia at the cover seating area, and aluminum storefront windows. As part of the revised project, metal panels have been added at the building's taller volumes to break up the use of stucco and to add variety, which is on the right-hand side, once again, the revised project in shaded in yellow. That's not the color of that metal panel. I'm just highlighting and showing where that is when breaking up the stucco. In review of the project's, the revised project and the conditions from the board's first review, starting with condition number 1. Condition number 1 read, eliminate the drive-through from the proposal. Overall, the drive-through and vehicular circulation remains the same as the first submittal. It satisfies the zoning code required standard in terms of width, which is 11 feet 6 inches, which the minimum allowable code for width is 9 feet. And the minimum length to the service window would be 100 feet, but as proposed, it'd be approximately 350 feet. Condition number 2 was largely tied to condition number 1. Number 2 reads, redesign and reorient the building footprint to better address the street. The proposed style and materials are appropriate and may be maintained. The project's site planning of the building retains the configuration as previously cited in the lot. The building will be set back 15 feet from South Glendale, and it will maintain the covered outdoor seating area, which is with the intent of generating activity and enhance the pedestrian experience from South Glendale Avenue. And the third condition was increase amount of outdoor cover seating to activate the street frontage. and enhance the pedestrian experience. The proposed changes to the outdoor covered seating area include, and once again, this is kind of a repeat, the seating area has been changed from modular tables and chairs to concrete seats, concrete planters, seats, and cylindrical tables, and at the inclusion of 2 metal leaning rails and seating bars, which is at the corner of Glendale and Orange Grove. And another change was the shade structure was reduced by approximately 15 feet. And just for visual representation on this site plan here, once again, the left-hand side was the February earlier rendition the board saw, and the right-hand side was the revised project.
Is that
The shade-
15 square feet or 15 linear feet?
15 linear feet, approximately. I just kind of scaled it out by approximate. Shaded in blue on the original project on the left-hand side, you can see how elongated it is. On the right is the revised project. I'm just demonstrating where the areas of where it's been reduced. To further activate the outdoor seating, a recommended condition is provided that the covered patio area should further extend towards the landscape area adjacent to the street intersection with additional seating and tables to further activate the site. So this is kind of tied to improve, I'm gonna just call it the seating area furniture, instead of providing the concrete tables, that those should kind of flow along closer to the intersection. Overall, staff recommends approval of the project with the conditions provided within the staff report that was attached to this evening's packet. If the board wishes for me to review the recommended conditions, I gladly will do so.
Well, does the board have any questions for staff, and does the board like Mr. Joe to go over the conditions? Right, and do we have do we need any clarifications on the driveway matter as presented?
So basically, I wasn't here last time, and I understand that a drive-through option was eliminated from the design, and then it's back on the new plan, right?
The board conditioned for it to be eliminated, and the applicant has returned with the same drive-through design.
I see.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
During the last hearing, there was a lot of discussion about some traffic issues, left turning lanes, and in fact, I believe the original transportation staff had been suggesting that they would be banning left turn southbound, left turn lanes into the driveway here for the Starbucks. Is there any change in those recommendations from the transportation staff, or are those still the same as they were?
I believe they are the same. However, transportation staff is available for comment as they are here in the audience.
Okay. Do they care to make a comment at this point in time to answer my question?
Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Simonian, members of the commission. What I understand the question to be is whether or not Public Works comments to restrict the left turn, southbound left turn from Glendale Avenue into the proposed project driveway still stands, and that still stands as our latest comments, yes.
Okay.
Would you mind introducing yourself for the record,
Yes.
Pastor? Sorry.
Thank you, sorry about that. Yes, my name is Pastor Casanova. I'm the Principal Traffic Engineer in the Department of Public Works.
Thank you.
One more follow-up question, and I don't know if this is for him or Mr. Joe, but about the queuing, there was some discussion about that there having been a report being prepared to talk about queuing needs and things like that. Is there any update on being able to share that kind of information with the board?
Yes, so the Department of Public Works reviewed a local transportation analysis last year, provided comments. The developers team took those comments, revised their site plan, and which is the site plan that you see here today. However, I do need to note that the local transportation analysis has not been resubmitted nor approved or finalized with Public Works yet.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any more questions for staff?
Sorry, I guess as a follow-up to what you just stated, is there a possibility that once they do resubmit, that Public Works could deny the approval of the report? Or sorry, I didn't understand you said it was not approved yet. However, they redesigned their site plan to follow whatever that report stated. What are,
Yes.
yeah.
The thought process.
Yes, what I'll clarify is that the intent of the local transportation analysis is to identify the traffic access and circulation and impacts, and address those somehow in some sort of response, mitigation, if you want to call it that. That report has not been finalized. So really that's the extent I can say. We haven't had a resubmittal. So we reviewed it on one time, their site plan was revised, and we've yet to see that report again.
And I have while you're up here, it's not often we get your presence, so this is wonderful, especially on a project like this, because it's very relevant. In regards to some safety factors that are associated with cars leaving driveway queues, and entering public right-of-ways, crossing the sidewalk and going into public streets. What are some considerations? What are some thoughts? What are some factors that the transportation community in general discusses? What are some ideas to keep a safe interaction between cars and coming out of a driveway and pedestrians?
Yes, thank you, Chair Simonian, for that question. That's an excellent question, and members of the commission. One of the key elements that transportation looks at as we review many sites, proposed developments, and vehicles coming out onto the public right-of-way is visibility. First and foremost, we look at any sort of building, fascia, or visibility obstructions that come up to, say, the sidewalk area. And our comments are usually associated with suggesting that those be either set back or reduced in height to provide adequate visibility as cars cross that sidewalk area. Depending on the width of the right-of-way, that could also apply to visibility of vehicles coming out of the driveways.
I see. And as far as the site plan that's concerned today, that's proposed today, has your staff or your department looked at the visibility obstructions? And if any, do any exist as far as what's being proposed at the moment?
Not from what we've seen as of the latest site plan, but again, some of those issues are also looked at during the review of the local transportation analysis, which we have not had the revised report submitted yet.
And in regards to seating in the corner that may occur as a result of today's hearing, how would that affect visibility if a car is going kind of westbound on Orange Grove and there's pedestrians walking, north-south on Glendale, and if there's seating at that hard corner, as depicted on the site plan, if there's seating in the corner or other landscape elements, obstructions, what would be a adequate height for us to keep these obstructions under that height, if you had to guess?
Well, I'll try not to guess, but what we look at for intersection corner sight distance, which the way transportation would normally look at it is a vehicle coming out of Orange Grove onto Glendale Avenue, standing, we'll call it standing at the stop bar or limit line, that they should be able to look to their left and right and be able to see cross traffic from a distance where both cross traffic can react as well as they can make a decision to enter the cross flow of traffic. So that's how we would look at it. Normally the sidewalk area itself, I'm not sure if that's 10 feet wide on Glendale Avenue, that provides some open visibility. There's also a Glendale Municipal Code that provides Public Works the ability to regulate the heights of, say, landscaping or hardscape at the very corner from 25 feet along the property line on both legs, on, say, in this case, Glendale and Orange Grove. So that's how we would be able to assure visibility of cross-traffic and pedestrians.
It's almost like a triangle at the corner, 25 feet on each leg.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
One more question. Sorry. I believe that there's curbside street parking in front of these parcels right now. Is that correct? And if so, would that be remaining after this project, or do you know if there's any plans to remove any of that parking?
Again, that could be looked at during the review of the and finalization of the local transportation analysis. That could be an element of what's looked at with the proposed driveway reconfiguration. That would be looked at in terms of entry, access, and exit, not exit, entry, access, and turning maneuvers, potentially red curb adjacent to that driveway to facilitate those, that right turn maneuver into the driveway.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Does staff have any more comments on this project, Mr. Joe?
None at this time. I'm available for any questions.
I would just like to add something, Chair Simonian and members of the Design Review Board. I think there was a question about what would happen if the LTA were rejected or modified, and if there were significant changes that affected the design or the site planning that Public Works imposed and that would affect the design, the Community Development Department would have the ability to bring it back to the Design Review Board for reconsideration. So it's not as if, what you're evaluating here, if it changes, it will come back to you for reevaluation.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and open the public portion. And the first card that I have is from the applicant, Carrie Kalinga. Welcome, and if you would please state your name for the record, and the whole applicant team could come up if you guys want to share your minutes like the last presenter. And Ms. Zimatidis, if you would just remind us again of how much time they have holistically.
So the applicant has a 5-minute speaking time. Everyone else has a 3-minute, so.
Do you think you need all that time? 11 minutes amongst all you?
We may not. We're optimized to go through this presentation pretty quick and fast.
Then if you would state your name for the record.
Sure thing.
And welcome.
Good evening, Chair Simonian, members of the board, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Matthew Clemente. I'm with Greenberg Farrow. We're the architect of record and development consultant for Starbucks. Just going down, I'm going to introduce my Starbucks counterpart and project colleague, Carrie Hellinga. And also in tow, we have Mary Rosas, our political and government relations consultant with Starbucks. And then Kira Conlon and Justin Moramus from Shepherd Mullen. And then also Carlos Velasquez from KOA, our traffic engineer. And then we also have the property owner, Larry and Alan Tarnold. So with that said, I'm going to pass it on real quick to Carrie to establish the project background and just reintroduce you all to the project and deal history and any pertinent facts.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carrie Hellinga. I am the store development manager for Starbucks. My region covers southern LA County, so from Malibu down through Long Beach, and then kind of south central LA up into East LA area. So we do have, okay, a presentation.
I'm going to bring that up right now, and
Perfect.
actually, yes.
Oh, great, I can advance the slides when ready. Oh, perfect. So we did prepare just a couple of slides for your visual aid. Just wanted to illustrate kind of the background on why we think that this location would be a good location for Starbucks drive-through. The rings that you see on the slide indicate a quarter, a half, and a third mile distance from the proposed site. Throughout the LA metro region, we typically like to have one store for every 13,000 people that provides adequate service for our customer needs. And as you'll note on the slide, we've got over 44,000 people within 3/4 of a mile, and in the half-mile ring, there's 19,000 people, and we only have one cafe serving that area. So at one point, we did have a small, older cafe inside of the Bank of America building, about a third of a mile north at Glendale and Wilson. That closed in 2019 due to poor performance, unfavorable lease terms, outdated layout, no patio, access through the rear of B of A. It was not a good, it wasn't in accordance with our brand image today and wasn't a good customer environment. So we have been looking for replacement opportunity ever since. And when this project became available, we identified it as being a great corner that was zoned appropriately for drive-through use. And so we've been working with the city staff on trying to design a project that would fill that void and help alleviate some of the pressure that our other drive-throughs in the areas, namely Central and California and Colorado and Griswold, are facing. So this is an aim to improve those experiences as well. Next up, this section of Glendale is very heavily retail oriented. We are across the street from the Glendale self-serve car wash. There's a Jiffy Lube just on the other side of our property. El Pollo Loco drive-through is across the street, amongst other restaurants and retail uses in the area. The proposed project would be a redevelopment of the Golden Fork, which you can see has its parking right now facing Glendale and Orange Grove at the hard corner. Our aim is to replace that with a pedestrian-friendly meandering pathway, provide landscaping right there at the corner, the lean-to bars that and seating opportunities all along the street, so to help kind of bridge the gap between the single-family residences that are just behind this property and the commercial corridor that Glendale is. And then here's the proposed site plan that Mr. Joe has already showed to you. Wanted to just highlight a couple of things that we think make this project really unique. We're offering outdoor seating area roughly the same size as our building itself. So, we're dedicating as much space to, the activity on the street and pedestrian activation and seating as we are building the current structure. The property is about 20,000 square feet, so that's about the maximum size that we can fit. What's great about this opportunity is we've been able to, this being a ground up development as opposed to some of the other drive-throughs in the area, which were conversions of other uses. So for example, the Central and California location was, is that my 5 minutes already?
That is 5 minutes, however, between both of you.
We've got,
so-
okay.
May I need more time?
Oh,
Of course, of
per
course.
time, thank you.
And if
Thank
you
you.
would submit a card,
Yes, I did.
okay, and your
Okay.
name is? Thank you.
So the point taken is we were dealing with existing conditions at those other locations, and therefore the drive-through lane length isn't, what we would design today if we were, and what we propose design today. This queue will have the ability to hold 16 cars in the lane, and then up to 20 cars will be contained on site, mitigating any possibility of traffic backing out onto Glendale. And something, I'm going to skip this and come back to this one. Wanted to bring to your attention, the canopy that's going to cover the patio is going to actually be made out of photovoltaic renewable energy solar panels. So these panels are really great. We're hoping to open by the end of this year 50 stores across the country. Most of them are here in Southern California or in the other Sunbelt states, but this is a new pilot program for us to incorporate solar into our stores. The great thing about the solar is not only the dappled shade effect that it creates for the patio seating, but we actually generate 30% of our energy needs from these panels. So literally, that is enough to power all of our brewing equipment, so your coffee will be brewed with sunshine. Something else that I just wanted to bring to your attention, Starbucks has really, really robust environmental ambitions. And so as a company, we are trying to reduce our carbon, water, and waste footprints in half by 2030 and be resource positive by 2050. So the solar panels is one way that we're doing it. Since 2018, we've totally changed our reverse osmosis and water filtration systems so that we can reclaim ice melt and reuse that. And so we've reduced our water usage in our stores by 30% as well. And again, we're working to improve that even more. The company invests in wind and solar farms and is making all kinds of strides in many different avenues of renewable energy. This is the proposed 962 square foot coverage that you can see along the whole pedestrian walkway. And so between this and a combination of the trees that were requested additional trees to be planted here, pretty much all pedestrian walkways will be shaded either with tree canopy or with the solar canopy. And I want to go back just a little bit more about us as a company. We really care about our community, and and some of the opportunities that having a new Starbucks here would bring to the neighborhood would be the creation of 20 new jobs. Those are full and part-time jobs, whether you work 20 hours a week or 40 hours a week. We provide health care and competitive pay.
That's the time.
Okay.
Technically, they still have additional time because I believe there was a 5-minute, a 3-minute.
Another 3-minute.
3-minute. I'll wrap it up because then Mary's not talking, right? So just you?
I'll take over.
Take over, okay.
The rest of the points.
Perfect, yep, just wanted to turn it over to Matthew to kind of go over any of the DRB issues that were addressed last
And
time.
I'm sorry, who else on your project team was not speaking and providing your time?
I think they're not going to speak.
And I'm sorry, yes, Indira?
Indira did not speak.
Indira, I apologize.
Mhm,
And
okay. And Kira's not planning on speaking.
Thank you.
And Justin's not planning on speaking. It would just be Matt and I believe. Okay.
Thank you, Carrie.
And please don't go too far because I had some follow-up questions about
Of course.
some of the matters. Thank you.
All right, so let me just move. All right, so getting back to the record of decision and the conditions that were issued previously, I'll just go real quickly through the first one. That has since been struck from the record as it's not applicable to the project scope. So needless to say, we could just go over that one. So number 2, the question of eliminating the drive-through from the proposal. Again, we're maintaining and we're resubmitting the site plan because the drive-through use being a permitted use by right and the site plan already satisfying the drive-through standards and development standards for which we feel that we're substantially in compliance with that. And in regards to the land use question as well, we could probably pass that on to deliberation, but we also have our land use legal counsel in tow to answer any specific questions that you might have pertaining to that. Number 3, being accessory to condition number 2, redesign and reorient building footprint to better address the street. The proposed style and materials are appropriate and may be maintained. So with that said, again, being connected to the elimination of the drive-through proposal, we feel that this has been null, but we are maintaining that we are activating the pedestrian street front in the best way possible, given the solar canopy, the reorientation of seating to not just double the previous inventory of 13 to roughly now anywhere between 24 to 30 roughly 30 spaces roughly. At this point, this represents the best iteration and in consideration of the board's previous comments and also comments rendered by staff in our consultation with planning and urban design.
I'm sorry, sir, 24 to 30 spaces pertaining to what?
Seats.
Seats, okay.
Yes.
So you're really referring to the outdoor seating that's along the right-of-way?
That's correct.
Thank you.
So expanding on those details, increased amount of outdoor covered seating to activate street frontage and enhance the pedestrian experience. We have a few renderings in the outdoor seating detail from the site plan up on the board. It gives an idea of the now proposed concrete seating. We ultimately felt that this solution was better maintained and more sustainable than modular seating, and also given its double purpose and hybrid use as landscape planners, it did soften and beautify the project site and the pedestrian public realm even more so. Additionally, too, it eliminates the potential for theft, and then just long-term consideration is better maintained by Starbucks's employee partners. And again, the dual purpose of the tables could also be used as seating. It just maximizes the seating area in ways that modular seating couldn't have, and it's ADA friendly as well. Yeah, so just clarifying, a previous iteration had a maximum of 13 seats, and then now reconfigured, it's variable between 24 to 32 seats. There's some additional renderings up on the board, and composites showing it in relation to the street front at Glendale, and also the inset for Orange Grove, which shows the adjoining car wash property. Moving on to number 5, if the redesigned building retains a taller volume than parapets intended to screen mechanical equipment, provide parapet cap or fascia designed to coordinate with any similar roof features and lower portion of the building. This is the previous iteration. I'll go on to the next screen to show how now we've addressed that building massing and form in a way that's more architecturally consistent with the language of the building as previously proposed. The board had already indicated that they were satisfied and supportive of the existing finishes. So more so, we have now...
That's the time, so please wrap it up in 30 seconds, if you would.
Okay, so just in consideration of the area which would have not been treated as much, being the back of house, we've now extended the corrugated metal finishes, are better articulated in the building, and we're in consultation with urban design as well. And then lastly, these comments have been already addressed. The treatment of the screen walls and trash enclosure to match existing finishes. This is already reflected on our construction documents. And then lastly, in regards to landscape, we did hear the concern from the public last time regarding shade inventory and opportunities for additional planning. So with that said, we have now reevaluated the detention basin and also pedestrian corner and included 2 additional ornamental trees, Chinese pistache and cypress.
Thank you. Thank you.
Crepe myrtle.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we might have some questions, and I'm sure there will be some questions from the board, so it'll be an opportunity for you to address some thoughts you may have had anyways that may be relevant to some of the questions.
Yes, sir.
Are there others from your team that would like to speak at this point?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant team?
Yes. Okay, so I believe I asked this last time, and it wasn't readily available, but in comparison to your other locations, in regards to the queuing capacity, I know I heard you say that in all other cases, you basically took over an existing building. This is the first time it's a new construction. What findings have you come up with that basically
support the concept?
Yeah, support a 16 vehicle drive-through lane?
Yeah, certainly. And you know, we've performed queuing studies at a few of the other local Glendale stores. And both of those indicated that, that at max, there was, what,
16 at
16?
Colorado and Griswold,
Yeah.
and then 9 at Glen Oaks and Grandview. Both
Right.
were conversions.
Yes. And, well, Colorado,
Colorado was a new store, but multi-tenant.
it is a
We
multi-tenant
can't really
building.
have cross-communication
Oh, I'm
because
sorry.
you're the speaker, so state your name for the record, and
Perfect. Carrie Hellenga?
all this is going on file, so it's going to get really confusing. So go ahead. You were saying you've done a study at your other locations. One had 16 queues and another one had 9 queues.
Yes.
Was that an average or was that a maximum?
No, that's at the peak. So that's at the peak hours of those days. Sometimes it's reduced to, you know, lower, around 8 to 9 cars.
Is that on-site cars, or is it the spillover as well?
That, well, I might want to defer to the traffic engineer who did the report.
So I think if we're asking questions on that, we should probably get the traffic engineer to come up and we could ask questions directly relating to all the driveway traffic matters.
Sure.
And then, again, come back to the applicant team. So at this point, yes, please come up, sir, the traffic engineer, state your name for the record. If you've already given a card, please let me know that you've already handed a card in. If not, afterwards, just put a card together and hand it to staff. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Design Review Board. My name is Carlos Velasquez. I'm a senior planner with KOA Corporation. We're working with Greenberg Farrow to prepare the traffic analysis for this project. So I'm here to answer any questions.
Yeah, I believe that there was a question in regards to the studies
Yeah.
that have been done at the existing
Yeah.
locations, some of which tend to have longer queues.
Yeah.
And what were the peak number of queues in the AM and PM, and if that number included the spillover onto the public right of way?
Yes, so as part of kicking off the study that we're now revising, we conducted 2 real-world counts at 2 nearby Starbucks locations that had similar features to this one. The Starbucks at Glen Oaks and Grandview had a 9-vehicle max queue that happened at 8 in the morning, at 4 p.m., and at 5 p.m. We also conducted vehicle queuing counts at the Starbucks at Colorado and Griswold. That one had a 16-vehicle max queue at 4:45 and 5:30 p.m. Those were the max queues, so that counted vehicles that were spilling over onto the public right-of-way.
Thank you.
And in regards to the site planning and how it relates to traffic study, what thoughts have gone into, as cars kind of queue up into this spiraling queue, and pedestrians that are accessing the site, people that are walking the sidewalk, and what design features and thought process has gone into this layout to minimize conflict between pedestrians and vehicles?
I wouldn't be able to speak on the design features in relation to that potential conflict point.
Understood.
Our scope covers assessing the vehicle queues and the off-site transportation issues. I would defer that question to the architect and the
So
design.
just stay put, stay close by, we might have more questions for you. Thank you. So if you would, and your name was?
Again, Matthew Clemente with Greenberg Farrow.
Mr. Clemente, if you would, let us know, can you address some of these comments, questions that of course have been raised by the public as well, in regards to the large queue of 16 cars, how it kind of goes through the site, how there is cross-traffic occurring, pedestrians, et cetera, and how you've designed that into the project?
Yes, sir. So just to reiterate what our colleague Carlos had, Mr. Velasquez had just mentioned in regards to the max stacking reported at Colorado and Griswold being 16, and then Glen Oaks and Grandview specifying 9 at peak. I wanted to also bring to attention that we are able to capture a maximum car stack of 20 on site before it does impact the public right-of-way, sidewalk and roadway included. So with that said, the drive-through lane by itself is stacked at 16 cars, and then we feel and have modeled that there's additional 4 cars that can be captured on site before it begins to impact the sidewalk. Now, similarly, the way that this project site is designed it's very distinct even from Colorado and Griswold, where it shares its stacking capabilities with the drive aisle for parking. So our parking is separated immediately westerly of that drive-through lane. So that drive-through lane is delineated and separated completely. So it's a completely separate circulation pattern. So those calming features already, we feel limits the obstruction to pedestrians, limits the obstructions to park and go clientele, and furthermore just encourages site circulation in an effective and safe manner.
Okay. Do we have any more questions on driveways, circulation, vehicular integration, etc. before other questions?
Yeah, do you have any experience in locations where you've done a similar design where the drive-through lane is bifurcated and it's, you have that keep clear area where people actually keep clear of it and don't block the exit, because that is the only point of egress from the property. So do you have any experience with that?
Yes. It's hard to say specifically in response to this project. This project is optimized on its own merits, so as is, it already best addresses the potential for instances like that. But usually it's addressed by a horizontal control, either by way of signage, delineators, or paint, just paint on the concrete.
I do have a follow-up question to what you stated, that an additional 4 cars could basically stack up at the end of that line. Does that still allow the parked cars to be able to back up and get out, and/or vehicles that are just entering to sort of pass through in the other lane?
Yes, it's modeled for that. The ingress driveway is sufficiently wide enough to accommodate that. And then also just wanted to expand on that too, that allowing for that peak being designed for 20, we did model using conservative methodology for unadjusted incoming volume. That peak at any given time would be 18 vehicles. So just wanted to also make that distinction, and that should be reflected on information also incoming from our traffic engineer.
Yeah, because the separated traffic, the separated parking that you're proposing on the northern site is supposed to have its own backup. And so as those 4 cars or 2 cars, whether it's 18 or 20, are queuing up in there, it's preventing a car from backing up that's been parked, is I think what's being asked. And so in reality, in order to have the ability of parked cars to back up and to leave, you're really limited to 16 in queue. I had a question which may be more of a corporate concept issue. Is this is a different type of a concept from the regular Starbucks, and this is a ground up one, so you're getting to do kind of a new concept. And I noticed that there is a very big kitchen in the 1,400 or 1,500 square foot space with almost no indoor seating, and it's just basically, say, 75% kitchen with 25% of order area. And the seating is predominantly outside. So this, I think I've read about these concepts that Starbucks is proposing. It was in the Wall Street Journal some weeks ago about how it's trying to cater to the drive-through business, and that's kind of the goal here. And so, what exactly is the concept? What do you envision here? And how is this Starbucks going to be used in the future?
Yes, so we are constantly evolving, and the pandemic actually played a lot into future designs. With the closing down of the cafes because of health reasons for the pandemic early on, and office workers tending to maybe not being fully back to work, it's changed the habits of a lot of our customers. And so the use of the drive-through lane is absolutely critical for this particular project. Over 70% of our customers are using our drive-through lanes across the country. That is their preferred method of purchasing coffee. The second channel would be via their phone, so they have their app and they order in advance. And so again, it's about convenience for them. They want to be able to park either along Glendale or Orange Grove where there's street parking, or on the property itself, run in, grab their coffee that was already pre-ordered, and then continue on their commute or to the soccer practice or wherever they're going. Really, only 10% of our customers are sitting and staying and ordering from a counter at our stores right now. So, in order for us to make this significant of a investment and to be able to create a beautiful parklet and a new design in a store, we really do need that drive-through business to help pay for those costs. So, yeah.
So across the country, 70% of the customers are drive-through customers, and then 10% are sit-down customers, and I assume the other 20% just kind of walk in, get their drink, and leave.
The mobile.
Correct.
Mobile ordering.
Yeah.
Interesting. And in regards to the covered patio, the covered seating, I really commend you guys for the use of the solar panels. I think that's wonderful, and you're reusing 30% or providing 30% of your electrical needs through the solar panel. What I'm trying to understand, though, is since there's really no seating inside and the only seating is outside, those solar panels have gaps in them, and so water comes down when it's raining, as depicted in your drawings. It's not a watertight system. And so that's my question. Is it a solid roof that's watertight with the solar panels on top? Is that what you're envisioning?
It is actually a material that is kind of like a plastic, like sort of material that is see-through between the panels. So yes, it is completely covered. Water does not penetrate through those panels. Mm-hmm.
I see.
Yep, just light can come through it.
Just like come through it. And then if, as the architect, if you had to guess, what percentage of that roof is that transparent kind of acrylic plastic?
I'm apprehensive to give an estimate on that because it will be contingent on this precise PV material, bifacial PV panels that may be available. It's going to be supply and vendor constraint, but generally, I would estimate on any given panel, about 10% of it would be transparent. The rest would be photovoltaic cells.
And then what is the height of that trellis, kind of to the bottom side of the beams, more or less?
Let me see if I could reference my elevation real quick. It's 14.6 to the top of the fascia.
And it's very hot here in Southern California, right? And then you're going to have south exposure, and you're going to have west exposure afternoon sun. So you have a trellis that's 14'6" high. A lot of sun is going to get underneath that. And so I'm trying to understand is how inviting how true is that seating spot? Because we don't have modular seating. We have concrete seating, which is very urban. I'm kind of, what you're proposing, I'm seeing this as kind of downtown LA with the ability for minimum maintenance. And I understand the concept. I get the corporate strategy. And so what I'm asking is that you mentioned there's only one cafe within 3/4 miles, et cetera, and there's a need for it. And it'd be also nice to have, as staff is recommending, some outdoor seating that's actually inviting and usable. And so for it to be watertight, of course, is a good prerequisite. And also the height, when you have a 14'6" kind of a trellis, south and west, and it's so narrow to begin with, you're gonna be frying at, sitting there. It's not gonna be a pleasant place to sit down in an August afternoon or July afternoon or even in May, because it's gonna be hot. And so what other concepts have you guys done to eliminate or to provide additional shade? Whether it's fins, whether it's lowering that, or other things, what have you done or could think of? And you don't have to answer right now because there's going to be a lot of callers that call in, but I think you should be ready for some of those during the rebuttal period to create a more of a actual sitting pleasant area. Do we have any more questions for the applicant team at this point in time? Before we get to others? No? Okay, so I know there were a lot of your team that spoke, and so what I'm gonna ask is, if there are members in the audience that would like to speak on this case, if you would please come up, state your name, let me know if I have one of your cards. If not, please write a card and hand it to staff. And yeah. So, no one's walking up, and,
There were a number of cards that were submitted.
yep, well,
Just
I
call
don't,
their
I
names
haven't crossed them all off, and so that's why I was saying, come on up, sir, yes.
I wasn't sure if you were asking for members of the Starbucks or the general
I'm
public.
sorry for the confusion. Welcome, good evening, what is your name for the record?
Hi, Mr. Simonian, or Chairman Simonian. My name is Alfredo Lopez. I am the owner and occupant of the building right next to where the proposal is happening right now. I'm at 208 South Glendale. I'm an insurance agent with State Farm. I bought the building back in 1996. When the building was purchased and offered to me, it was indicated there was an easement between my property and this property that is being developed. We never had a problem with the tenants from the building next door to me. They will park there on their building and they will come out on my driveway. I did the same thing. It was common for both of us to use that. During the pandemic, I was approached. A person came to my office and was talking about some development that was going to happen, but it was not clear what was happening, and they were asking me about my easement. I told them that I'm not interested in anything right now. The pandemic was affecting me, affecting my business. I received an email from the owners of the property where the development is happening, and they were asking me to, if I was willing to relocate my easement. And I did not respond to their email or request because the first person that had approached me, that came into my office, was heavy-handed on me, and I told him to back off and leave me alone. Since I was not responding, a second email came in, and I was told that they no longer need my permission, that the easement is no longer valid, and they went ahead and put a fence blocking the area between my parking lot and their parking lot. I'm not a legal issue person. I'm not an attorney. I don't have any legal knowledge whatsoever. I have the documents that was given to me when escrow closed and I bought the building, indicating there was an easement there. Apparently, someone thinks there is not an easement, and I have not sought legal counsel to confirm whether there is not and where do I stand. But the tenants from the building next door, where the development is happening, complained to me, came to my office to complain, why did I put the fence? And I told them I did not put the fence. The fence was put by the owner of the property. So I have concerns about how the whole thing was handled. If this development is allowed, my building is right next to it. They're going to knock that building down that is right next to it. There is probably an inch separation between those two buildings. I want to know, how is that going to affect my business and my life and the enjoyment of my parking lot and my business there? Someone mentioned about the parking spaces. There are 30-minute parking spaces that a lot of customers use. And a lot of senior citizens come to my office. I've been with State Farm 40 years. And they come in, they make their payments, and they leave. I have convenient parking. I own the parking lot all the way to the back over there. On that picture, that car that is parked right there this way, that's probably my car right there. But I own the building all the way to the lot, to the end over there. So I am concerned about the parking situation, what's going to happen. If this development is allowed to go on the way it is, I'm also concerned about my wall and the traffic that is coming in on Glendale Avenue. If one of them will lose control of their car and hit my building, if there's going to be some kind of a metal barrier protecting my wall or some kind of protection given to my building. And I'm also concerned as to the map, the way it was shown right there. I don't see any barrier that will prevent someone to coming into my parking lot. And I'll wrap it up.
Finish your thoughts. I think this is an important thing since you're an adjacent neighbor, so you have a minute to finish your thoughts.
Well, I'm also concerned about people that, because it sounds good the way it explained, and the cars are coming in and all this stuff, and everybody's going to behave. But being in the insurance business, I know there are a lot of accidents and a lot of people that don't behave, and they will not obey the signs, and they will not obey this, and maybe the line is too long, and they're just going to park right here, and they're going to go around my building. I'm going to be forced to put a gate on my driveway to prevent people coming into my building on the weekends when I'm not there. And I'm also going to have to be forced to, if the easement is not there, to do something. And I feel that it should not be upon my pocket to do this, but it should be upon the developers. I don't know where I stand right now, but I wanted to share my concerns. I do going to seek legal counsel to see where do I stand on this easement situation. I filed a claim with my title insurance today, and I believe the board, we brought papers to, I don't know what your title is, man.
Oh, that's quite all right. It's Vilias Matias. Forgive me, the gentleman submitted a packet, which you have a copy of at the dais, from Ante Trinidad. So this includes all of the paperwork with regards to the reciprocal access.
So that's my situation.
Question, I have a question. Is there a connection? I looked at the property, it seems that there's a blockage between your parking and then this parking. There's no direct connection, right?
If I may approach right here, so, because I don't know how you are directing, but this is my
There's-
building right here.
You have to stay at the microphone. We'll try to use the.
We'll use them.
I apologize.
They'll
I'm sorry.
put an arrow, I think.
Yeah.
I am so sorry.
Mr. Joe, will you put an arrow?
Or I will.
See, there's
This
a
is-
slight
So
elevation
let me
difference.
clarify. I bought the property in 1996, and for 20 years, the occupants of 222, and the number is the building right there, they will park there and they will exit through my driveway, and I had no problem.
Can you physically
Oh,
drive
like
over?
crossover.
Yes. Oh, that's another issue. When it rains, the way the pavement is right now, the water drift from my lot, and it goes here, and it comes this way, and it comes out on Orange
So
Road.
your lot is naturally draining through this easement at the moment.
It is.
And if I were to drive northbound from Orange Grove Avenue to get to your lot, I could drive into your parking lot.
Yes.
And
Not
exit
right
on
now,
Glendale.
because the owners of that property, they sent me an email threatening me
You
that,
said they put up a fence. Before the fence was put up, you could drive through it.
yes, and people went back and forth, and we never had a problem.
I see.
I see.
And, okay, well, thank you for sharing all this. My question to you would be, and I think, and I'm just bringing this, it's not a question, I'm just stating this as a fact. As depicted, the way the driveway queue works, it's eliminating your easement. And based on your presentation today, they do not believe you have an easement. Now,
Correct.
that's a legal matter. Second issue that I want you to be aware of, that I think you've just pointed out, is your site is currently draining water through there. And
Correct.
so, if someone is gonna put a wall there, then you're gonna have water ponding on your side, and that drainage needs to be dealt with.
Correct.
The third item that you're bringing up, which is, they demolished the existing 212 building, you're going to have an exposed concrete wall or brick wall or whatever.
Whatever
that
is
may
there,
be.
yes.
Right. Sometimes when they remove it, there's interesting signage behind it, by the way.
Correct. The history of Glendale.
Yeah, that happened on Brand. That was very cool. And so, long story short, I think we really appreciate you coming here. I think you realize that this is a pretty serious legal matter, and it's good that you put a claim with your title insurance. And no matter what happens today, you have the right to appeal whatever happens today.
Okay.
But you have a very specific time limit to do that. And so you should be aware of these rights.
I have an appointment with an attorney tomorrow.
Okay, that's it. I thank you for your time. Who is the next? I have an Alan Hesh.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Alan Hirsch. My folks, Larry Tarnell and Carol Tarnell, have owned the property since about 1970, and he's approaching 90. My mother's in their 90s, so they asked me to speak for them. And much better to be here than we tried online to speak and weren't able to. As regards to Mr. Lopez, you're correct, it's a legal matter. We have title policy saying there are no appertune easements, and there is no easement that exists, and so that'll be taken up separately. And if he wants a barrier or something there, talk to Starbucks folks, to be pleased to do that. We think this is a great improvement of the property. We think it creates open space where none exists. We think it creates a walkable corridor. I've spoken with the owner of the car wash across the street. He had two concerns after a conversation. One was, would our traffic egress on Orange Grove impact his people coming in on Orange Grove to his car wash? Our traffic engineers have said, no, there's enough street width for the turning. Right now, there's unrestricted turning movement east and west on Orange Grove. We would support that the staff support that turning movement is unrestricted on Orange Grove. It's egress only, but unrestricted east and west. He's asked that the curb be painted red on Orange Grove. He's not on Orange Grove, not Glendale. And that's fine with us, with Starbucks. But again, that's a matter for your civil department, not us. I think if you have any questions about us as owners of the property, we'd be happy to answer. Support the project and think it's great.
Do we have any questions for the owner? No. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Kira Conlon. And Alec Bardasov. Good evening.
Good evening. There's a presentation, so I'll wait for that to load. Do I control it, or do you?
Because it's a PDF and not a PowerPoint, you'll have to let me know when.
No problem. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alec Bartrosov. I'm a nearby resident who's very much concerned about this project. I think the drive-through component of this project is proving to be a serious challenge that we should all be very concerned about for the reasons that have been mentioned in the past and through the public comments that have come in. Next slide, please. Despite what I've heard from planning staff today and public works staff, I do want to bring to the attention of the DRB the zoning code that does say that the public works staff does have to deem the appropriateness of the drive-through queuing capacity. It does mention the 100 feet to 200 feet, but again, the LTA is necessary for staff to determine whether or not this drive-through queuing length is appropriate or not. So I argue that absent of that LTA, you as a DRB do not have the information that you need to make a design decision. They're saying that 16 is the maximum that they can go for, but what if the LTA comes back and says that we need room for 17? That would fundamentally alter the design of the project, the entire site plan, and the repercussions that come with that. So I take issue with the way that this has been agendized absent that LTA. And I've asked for the LTA. It hasn't been submitted, as has been said earlier, and we just don't have access to that information right now. Next slide. And as I mentioned, this is a quote that I received from Public Works staff a couple of days ago, but has been confirmed today. That says, staff is awaiting further revisions to determine whether it meets queuing requirements of the zoning code. So I do want to highlight that, and that there is a bit of a contradiction with what we heard from staff today that said that what they have does meet zoning code. We're getting conflicting messages here. Next slide. We've heard from the applicant and their consultants, not only today and in the past, but also in the past, that they are maximizing the stack, allowable stack on the property, and they're minimizing impacts to Glendale Avenue, but neither of those statements address whether or not they're meeting the actual demand for the project. So it's nice that they're maximizing the stack, but this is a very small property and is supposed to churn out a lot of customers, and I argue that we don't have the information to determine whether or not it actually meets demand. That has not been addressed by the applicant. And you can just look to local examples. I assume that this project team is the same project team that applied for the Starbucks to be at Central and Acacia. This is an example of the queuing issues that are prevalent at that location. I did not take this photo, and I did not pay a consultant to get these findings, but Google Maps gave us a random image.
That's your time, 30 seconds if you would.
Next image. Same issue at Grandview. There are more than 9 cars on this image. That 9-car assessment is inaccurate. Next slide. Same issue on La Crescenta, on Foothill in La Crescenta, next image. And same in Hollywood. This is a chronic issue with this applicant. They are trying to maximize their profit while also privatizing the public right-of-way, and it's something that we should be very concerned about. I also had comments about design, the shade structure. As you had mentioned, the only time we're allowed shade is at noon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Margaret Davitian? Margaret Davitian? Well, we'll come back to her. I believe I've gone through all the cards that have been shared with me. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak? Okay. Ms. Imatitis, I'm sure there's callers that are waiting.
Eli Lester, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you, I'm here. Yes, good evening. My name's Eli Lester. As a former renter, walking distance from this location, I wanted to make comment. I followed the previous go-through of this project with Design Review and was just puzzled to see it come back more or less with the main recommendation not taken. I wanted to call on the board tonight to press the applicant about their insistence on this format and their rejection of your previous recommendation, and also how that relates to their robust environmental ambitions. I mean, what we've heard described is it's basically a large attractor of traffic. A few benches with solar panels on the top. It's next to a large number of idling cars is not my definition of an environmentally sound project. I'd like to argue that the drive-thrus really aren't necessary, especially new drive-thrus aren't necessary in an urban context like this of 200,000 people 2 blocks from the city hall. True, some other sprawl components were pointed out on that section of Glendale, but that's not the majority. Most of it is traditional urbanism. And as before, my comment is about context. I think that this is not in the right context for a big city. So, as for drive-thrus, some people like them is not a good defense against the obvious harm they do to the surrounding environment. It's a miserable environment to walk a bike in, creates multiple potential conflict points, and there's the pollution of the idling cars, which never seems to meet the demand at peak times. It's an absolutely massive traffic generator. And here I have to say I'm also a commissioner. I serve on the Transportation and Parking Commission, and just anecdotally add that, at our last meeting, we had to approve taxpayer money to put speed bumps in on streets approaching a drive-through Starbucks on Glen Oaks. And previously, we had to approve taxpayer money to put speed bumps on both Griswold and Fisher for a Starbucks drive-through. So the pattern is clear. So there are alternatives, like takeout windows, nearby curbside delivery, delivery in the localized area within a few blocks. Now, can you ask the applicant to use one of their urban formats? A multinational like this has urban formats in its repertoire. I'd like you to please do your best to stand up for place and for the urban environment that this location is in. Thanks a lot.
Sir, are you still with us?
Yes.
You mentioned the curbside delivery and the urban format. Can you, within 15 seconds for each, kind of describe what those concepts are?
Right. It's a designated parking space that is a close distance from the site, where someone can call in an order and have someone walk the order over to them in a parked car that doesn't have to be running in a queuing aisle.
And the urban format?
Well, basically, when you look at drive-thrus, especially a sort of a high-capacity throughput drive-thru like this is quintessential auto sprawl. It attracts cars by design. So when I say an urban format, I mean a place that has a frontage to the main street it faces. Its main function is for people to walk up and get their coffee at a cafe, a format in which I'm sure the applicant could be successful in this location.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Ms. Simitides?
Yes, next caller, Margaret Davidian. Margaret Davidian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
That was the card he had.
That was the card.
Oh.
She must have left.
Oh,
And she
I
hung up.
see. Yes.
She left and was trying to call in.
Oh. Margaret Davidian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Perhaps you can try calling in again. Hopefully she will call back in. 818-937-8100. Eric Egan. Eric Egan, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, thank you for your time today. I'm a resident of Orange Grove Avenue, and I just have a few concerns about this, mostly due to the car wash that's across the street on Orange Grove Avenue. There is often a pile of cars coming out of the car wash queued up on Orange Grove Avenue. And so if you're turning from Glendale Avenue onto Orange Grove Avenue, a lot of the time during their peak hours, you're pretty much forced to drive into the oncoming lane to go around those cars to get onto the street. And I'm just worried that if the exit from the Starbucks parking lot is coming out onto Orange Grove Avenue, pretty close to that location, if there's a steady stream of cars coming out of there, it's just going to cause a huge mess in that area, in an area that's already kind of messy at times just from the car wash alone. And another concern I have, and this was brought up many times, but I just want to voice, a lot of concern over this, just that in my experience at a lot of Starbucks, the drive-through line comes out onto the street and just blocks a lane of traffic. And it's really reassuring to see that this particular design has room for 16 or more cars, but it seems like a lot of the time, as many cars as will fit will line up, and it'll just still spill out into the street. I hope that doesn't happen, but if it does, I just hope that there's some form of kind of enforcement to keep cars moving instead of blocking a whole lane of traffic. And then lastly, this is just something I'm hoping to get clarification on. There was some reference earlier to the left turn lane going southbound on Glendale, some sort of way to make it so that you're not allowed to turn left into the drive-through if you're going southbound on Glendale. I frequently turn left going southbound on Glendale into Orange Grove Avenue to get home. And it sounds to me like that could be confusing if that's, I'm just not sure like how that's going to work if all left turns in that area, since that's like a very tight area, will be suddenly like, no longer allowed, or if that's or if that is still allowed onto Orange Grove Avenue, what would be stopping people from turning left into the drive-through and kind of piling up and blocking that turn lane. So just had a few of those concerns that I wanted to voice and hoping for some clarification on that left turn situation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Exactly 3 minutes. Catherine Yurka, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Good evening. Thank you so much for taking my comments. I submitted written comments asking you to deny this project, and I want to make one correction. It was my understanding that Public Works was preparing a local transportation analysis, but I gather that this is an independent analysis. The current proposal, as you know, is only minimally changed and has ignored the two main conditions you imposed, including eliminating the drive-through. The staff report gives no reason for ignoring the clear direction of the DRB beyond the fact that the proposed drive-through meets the zoning standards. It met them before, and yet you rejected the project or sent it back for redesign. I'm trying to remember a time that a project applicant just ignored conditions imposed by the DRB and where staff went ahead and recommended the project, but I'm at a loss. Starbucks teams, they commented that this condition cannot be applied to the project, and that is incorrect. This is not a ministerial decision, but a discretionary one. It is wrong to contemplate that the 350 feet of driveway does not have design implications as well as health, safety, and traffic implications for the community. I completely agree with Alex's comment and shared his thoughts about the problems that idling car engines pose for the immediate residential neighborhoods, which solar power will do nothing to remedy. And this is not a parklet. It's a 300-foot driveway for cars that will have their engines running and not be parked. You should not be asked to decide this project in the absence of the local transportation analysis. Without the LTA, you have incomplete information to make a decision, which means the public also has incomplete information to consider project impacts. It isn't enough for staff to say that they may need to send it back to the DRB in the future. The only public hearing that is guaranteed to happen is right now. Alec pointed out with just brilliant images the disastrous drive-through situation at Starbucks throughout Glendale. And I ask you again to please reject this project. The applicant can either bring it back without the drive-through or appeal it to council. They have remedies to address it. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Richard,
project in the absence of the local transportation analysis.
That's your delay.
LTA, you have incomplete information to make a decision.
Adejabi? Richard Adejabi, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Perhaps you can turn down your volume on the television.
The DRB in the future. The only public hearing that is guaranteed to happen is right
Richard
now.
Adejabi?
Pointed out with
Ms. Yurka got to say everything twice.
the disastrous drive-through
Richard
situation at
Adejabi?
Starbucks throughout Glendale.
You're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Again, to please reject the
Hello?
project. The applicant can either bring it back without the drive-through or
Hello?
do it to council. They have
Everything
remedies
you're
to
saying
address
is
it. Thank you very much for your consideration.
probably. He's gonna stop.
In the absence.
Oh.
Richard Adejabi, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Richard Ajabi. I'm the owner of Glendale Self-Serve Car Wash. I'm not opposed to the project, but I just have a few concerns about the traffic and egress. I spoke to the property owner and Matthew today about the red being in front of, right on the corner of Orange Grove, just to widen up the area when cars come into my entrance of the car wash and exiting traffic from Starbucks, and also the through traffic coming in and out of Orange Grove for the residents. The thing that kind of concerns me also is they're providing 6 parking stalls. That doesn't meet the backup requirement if cars are being queued up. There's not enough backup space. I know backup space is 24 plus the width of a car. And also they provide a lot of seating, but where do all those cars, or where all those customers are going to park? So again, I'm not opposed to the project, but I think this should be taken very, very carefully. There's a lot of people that drive very fast in this area. I just don't want them to be making big U-turns on the corner of Orange Grove. Customers come into my property. It just needs to be really carefully thought out. And I spoke to Matthew and the property owner. It looks like they've tried, but what I also don't understand is staff recommended remove the drive-through, and looks like they didn't care or listen to any of that. I think it'll improve the area. So with that being said, I think, really staff should look at this carefully. And hopefully if they do approve the project, they would put a little bit of red in front of Orange Grove. So again, widen up the street and just be more careful and cautious with cars coming in and out, because, our entrance is on Orange Grove and their entrance is going to be on Orange Grove. So I know that little particular area might be a little beehive. So if they widen up that street a little bit with the red, it'll help maneuvering the cars through. So that being said, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ani Garibian. Ani Garibian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, I just wanted to take this opportunity to say hello to my former colleague first, hope you're all well. I think beyond the design concept here is we have to look at environmental justice. We already have a very polluting site, which is the self-serve car wash. And right across from it, if we can create more issues with emissions, with drive-through, it wouldn't fit right with our future plans to battle climate change, environmental justice. This is definitely not what open space is meant to be like. If the idea is to serve the neighborhood, you do not need a drive-through. Just a simple Starbucks, a seated Starbucks would be enough. It's unfair to constantly put pressure, environmental pressure in South Glendale, and I think it's important that we look at that as well. Thank you.
There are no other callers.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, the applicant team does have a rebuttal of 3 minutes. 2 minutes, I stand corrected. And so let's try to address some of the comments that were made. And if we have questions, we'll, of course, speak to you, and that's going to be above the 2 minutes. So your name for the record.
Yes, sir. Again, Matthew Clemente, Greenberg Farrow, architect of record and development consultant. Okay, so there's a lot to hit on, but just wanted to reiterate that the project, not only is it responsive to the consumer demand that exists for Starbucks specifically, it's at this point and as much as we can, it is respectful and it's consistent with the zoning code and also the design guidelines substantially, to the point that, you know, we've earned at least some recommendation for approval with conditions, and also have addressed design guidelines with a significant response applicable to it. So with that said, just wanted to also reiterate that the demand that we've established, just wanted to reiterate that 18 cars were established as peak based on a 45-second service rate, which is also considering an unadjusted incoming car volume that was unadjusted, assuming all drive-through users. So that was the most conservative estimate, and that's in information that's incoming from traffic. Additionally, we already acknowledged earlier that should traffic find the findings in any additional reports and addenda to condition redesign of the project, we would respect and acknowledge a return for redesign at that time. Lastly, just wanted to also reiterate that this project, to Mr. Lester's point, employs multiple customer streams. So in addition to the drive-through, we're still employing mobile order, and we'll also assess the potential for new operational formats and better ways to serve the customer and the community in the long term. And then to address some concerns brought up by Mr. Lopez in regards to construction logistics.
30 more seconds.
Okay. Of course, we'll observe all construction best practices to preserve and mitigate any damage to his structure. It's usually going to involve some kind of hand wrecking. Any grading and drainage issues, the sheet flow is already accounted for in our LID and drainage plans. And then lastly, if his concern is unauthorized cross-access, we could implement bollards, curbs, or any other type of methods to screen his properties from ours and affect any unwarranted use of his private property.
And thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Because I have one, but it's more of a corporate issue versus a design issue. But do we have any architect design issues at the moment for the gentleman that's up here?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
You
you.
have a question for me?
Yes, name for the record again?
Sure, Carrie Hellinga.
Yeah, thank you. So my question is as follows, and it's a hypothetical question, right? We realize that if the queue gets smaller, the driveway gets smaller, then it's going to spill over to the street. At the same time, you make the queue longer and you create more of a queue, you're just feeding the machine, right? And then you're going to have even longer lines. And so I've noticed that in many urban settings, there's like a Starbucks in every corner. So why do we need to create this giant driveway Starbucks on Glendale, just one location? Why not do 2 or 3 of them? And so in so doing, you satisfy your demand by your customers, but at the same time, you don't create such a focal traffic issue right at this one location. Because it seems as though Starbucks pop up all over the place in an urban setting. So what's the mindset with doing such a focused, large, kind of a grand ship, mothership, however you want to say it, Starbucks at this location?
Yeah, it's a good location, or a good question, because we look at the entire city and try to optimize where the locations are and how best to serve the customers and create not only a good customer experience, but also a great place that functions well and that someone would want to work in. We don't want drive-throughs as busy as the Glendale drive-throughs. There are not enough drive-throughs serving Glendale. There should be more to help bring those numbers down across the board to be more similar to other cities. Many areas of Glendale have restrictions on Glendale's on drive-throughs, like specific plan overlays that would prohibit a drive-through. Therefore, it limits our ability to serve that customer base. We do have other smaller formats. We've got Brandon Milford, we just opened up, which is a pickup-only store. There is no parking, there is no seating. You have to order in advance, and you walk into the lobby of an office building, grab your coffee, and then you go somewhere else to enjoy your coffee. We do have cafes in the city of Glendale. They serve an immediate small, maybe quarter-mile population, so we would probably have to have, one every couple of blocks to serve the whole population, but we've just found that drive-through is the primary channel, and that is what our customers want, and, if they can't get it here, then maybe they can get it on their way to soccer practice or the office, but we're trying to fix a problem that was created by us having to accept existing conditions at other locations. Now we get a chance to design the property exactly how it should function and alleviate those traffic conditions.
And another kind of a hypothetical question. There was a Starbucks right across the street at Wilson and Glendale at the B of A. So that was serving a lot of the city's employees, I would imagine. Yeah, I always saw city employees there. So why close that store and then go and open this one? Why not keep them both open to try to minimize these issues, which is a chronic issue that happens at all the stores? Because that's not good for your image. It's not good for the corporate image. And I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot, and I'm just trying to understand the corporate strategy, not so much as to do any grandstanding at the moment.
Right.
What is that mindset? Why not do a few?
We are, that decision was made in 2019, end of 2018, and a lot of it played into the factors of closing that. The store didn't provide our latest layout, so it would have been a very expensive scrape and rebuild, and our landlord, B of A, they weren't willing to give us enough term to amortize it. They were potentially thinking of remodeling, so we had to close that location because we were out of term and it wasn't working. We have been looking for replacements all up and down Glendale, and I'm sure we will try to find other formats to help fill in the gaps. But we think it needs to be a cohesive, well-balanced plan. They can't all be just MOP stores. They can't all be drive-throughs. There has to be a good mix of.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Do we have any more questions on the corporate side?
If you don't mind. I don't mean to be adversarial here, but I live in a neighborhood where that wasn't the case. There was a Starbucks on the corner of Central and San Fernando, part of a multi-story, multifamily building, and right adjacent to Glendale Memorial Hospital. But when Starbucks was able to take the rallies about maybe half a mile down the street with a drive-through, in fact, a double drive-through, they closed that one by the hospital. So, that doesn't quite jive with what you said in terms of trying to have a mix of different styles and formats.
The stores that only offer, the stores and mixed-use projects we have struggled with. Our customers like convenient parking, and there wasn't convenient parking there. So that store was not profitable, and had it been profitable, we would have definitely kept it open and done the drive-through, but it was losing money, and so we made the decision to close. And that happens sometimes in mixed-use projects.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Well, with that, unless there are any more questions, I'm going to close the public portion. And with that, we'll close it. Board Member Walsh, you want to start us off again this evening?
Sure. Okay. This is a challenging situation. The issue that I have is that, and no disrespect to Starbucks, I think you guys have done a nice design. I appreciate everything that you're trying to do in terms of ad queuing and stuff like that, because you recognize that there's a real problem there, and this is definitely a consumer-driven thing. People prefer to be in their cars. But the issue that I have is that we're down zoning basically. A commercial urban property here, and lessening its use. I mean, when the design guidelines were done, I think the goal was that, hey, we're addressing what's going to happen in the future, and it's always going to be bigger, higher use, the highest and best use always, and sort of it's written with that kind of emphasis. And here we're in a situation where we're on a major thoroughfare. I mean, this is Glendale Avenue. It's named for the city. It is one of our major commercial streets in the city. And we're talking about removing a whole bunch of retail uses, removing a home and replacing it with just a single little drive-through kiosk. And this is where I'm struggling, because from an urban use perspective, land use perspective, I understand it's, certainly by right, but that doesn't necessarily mean it meets with the spirit of the design guidelines. But I think that the guidelines are a little bit vague on this. They're not quite clear. It talks about, you should blend it in with the surrounding, forms and the neighboring structures. This is not quite doing that, because it's actually taking away buildings and putting up a smaller property, whereas most of the other buildings in the neighborhood address the street. We also have to deal with the fact that one block, literally across the street, is the border of the downtown specific plan area. And within the downtown specific plan area, this use, this drive-through, would not be allowed as proposed. So why is it good on one side of the street but completely banned on the other side of the street? It's a really good question. And I'm struggling with how to deal with it, because I just, I think I can make findings that says, even without the drive-through, regardless of the drive-through aspect, the land use, the site planning characteristics are not in keeping with what is elsewhere existing on the street, and what might happen in the future, particularly across the street, which is part of the downtown specific plan area, and other existing uses along the street. I can see people making the opposite finding. So the struggle is, how do we want to see the future of Glendale, particularly Glendale Avenue? As was pointed out, this is only a block, maybe a block and a half away from the Civic Center, and one of our oldest corridors in the city. And I'm just finding it hard to square that with a use, and particularly a land use, and the queuing of all of these idling cars, when this is an urban corridor. And so I struggle with that. I also agree with Board Member Simonian's comment earlier about the comfort level of people using the outdoor area. I think that you're absolutely right. In the afternoons, the sun will be streaming down on that. We're at concrete benches. There's no backs on them, there's no, comfortable seats there. It's not particularly going to be, in my opinion, a very inviting place. I think the idea of having planters and green space there is good, and I think that that's the correct thing to do, but it still is not necessarily going to be the most conducive environment for hanging out. And, the limited amount of parking available for people to stay there on site is further an indication that you're not going to get a lot of people actually embracing that as an outdoor cafe that they would want to hang out at. So those are concerns that I have. Let me just make sure I check my notes here. Yeah, so again, just hewing to the guidelines. One of the things that it talks about is access and parking on corner lots. Vehicular access should be from the street that is less pedestrian oriented. This is not. We're proposing the vehicular access to be on Glendale Avenue, not Orange Grove. I still remain very concerned, especially if the city is going to be restricting southbound left turns. I can easily anticipate a situation where the cars are going to come down to to Orange Grove, turn left, realize they can't get in, do a U-turn right there in front of the car wash there or in somebody's individual personal driveway, and then come back around. So that is still very much of a concern of mine. From a mass and scale perspective, again, new projects should fit well with the surrounding building fabric. Does this do that? You know, it's actually considerably less than that. And again, the guidelines don't speak to that directly. So I think it's important for us to think about what it means to put the neighborhood context in its appropriate environment and what we're looking at approving here. Could I see myself approving this in some way if there was less emphasis on cars, perhaps more green space, you know, better shade structures, more parking for people to use it as a cafe? Possibly, but I can't see this as that same solution. So that's again just what I'm struggling with on that. So I'll leave it there. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Board Member Welsh. Board Member Chagayan, you guys were present last time, so
Yes.
starting with both of you.
Yes.
Please let us know your thoughts.
Thank you. I share all the similar concerns as Board Member Welsh, you know, echoing everything he said. Again, not opposed to a Starbucks at this location at all. I'm frankly pretty disappointed that there was no effort to try to at least reduce the drive-through queuing capacity, knowing that our greatest concerns was the traffic, was the drive-through aspect, understanding that we can't eliminate the drive-through altogether because it's by right. But clearly, we have to look at it in context, where this site is in our city with what's around it. And, you know, I have all those same concerns. So I don't believe you'll have the proper backup when those cars do stack up past the 16 cars that it's designed for. I think the cross-circulation, the one-way traffic, the cross-circulation of the cars that are waiting in queue versus the cars trying to exit is going to be a mess. You know, and again, with the car wash directly across the street, all the same concerns everybody has raised. So, again, not opposed to a Starbucks at this location, but I think for me to get on board with approving it, I would have to see you know, a drastic redesign of, you know, and especially since you mentioned the 70% of your customers prefer the drive-through, but then you also said 20% do the mobile ordering, which involves parking and coming down, right? 10% are the people that like to sit there. When you look at just the site plan, it's like maybe 10% is, you know, offering some kind of park and come and sit down versus 90% of sitting in your car, which is unfortunate. Being more inviting, like it was stated, with for customers, and I believe you mentioned you thought the benches were ADA friendly, which I don't believe they are if they don't have backs on them. So I would, you know, consider redesigning that aspect as well. And I agree with Board Member Simonian about the shade aspect and not being that comfortable under there. I appreciate the solar panels introduction, which was not present in the first design. But that's the bulk of my comments. And I mean, I guess I'll leave it with, you know, one site that I can sort of compare to that has like the longest drive-through ever, which is In-N-Out here in Glendale. And it probably takes at least 4 or 5 times the amount of cars that we see here. And it's always backed up and it's always that full, right? So it's like the more you provide, the more people are going to park and sit in their cars, which I don't think works in this location, in the heart of Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Board Member Minas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard all the speakers. Thank for all the presentation and staff reports. Hearing all the speakers tonight, I feel that proper traffic analysis, both within and outside of these premises, have not been done. The queuing, can be potentially a problem. And of course, getting into the property, especially coming down from South Glendale Avenue, you cannot make a left turn because I can see only 2 lanes are coming south. And as Mr. Welch indicated, people are going to have to be forced to make a left turn on Orange Grove, already, narrow street, to make a U-turn somehow, getting into people's driveways or properties, and getting into the facility from Orange Grove. I also am concerned about the drainage, surface drainage. I heard the neighbor to the north. Of course, the slope comes down from north to south side, and if somehow the drainage is blocked to go through this property, they're going to have to either create another easement, underground easement, to carry the surface water to Orange Grove somehow, which probably would be problematic, or create some kind of sump pump system on the neighbor's property to get the water to the curb line. I also share the concern of the comfort of the people sitting outside on concrete benches with no, protection from the sun. And of course, the traffic is the main concern that I have. That I haven't heard conclusive evidence that all the presentations are done based on a true study of inside of the property and outside. And I share with most of the concern of Mr. Welch and Mrs. Simonian and Ms. Chagayan. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Minas. I concur with my colleagues. It's an interesting chapter in the evolution of, I think, fast food and convenience. I think when you think about the number of drive-through restaurants there are for fast food, McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, etc., there's just so many, and so that demand is kind of spread out between a whole bunch of different restaurants. But Starbucks has such a unique product with the drive-through coffee, in that it's really the only player, and so it attracts everybody that's looking for coffee that has limited amount of time, etc., which is almost everybody these days. And it's just evolved into a lifestyle where, you're taking the kids to soccer practice, and you get a to-go cup, and the kids pick up something, and you're on your way. And so I really do think this is something that needs to be studied with staff at some point, and with council's direction, of how they want to handle this. Because as the gentleman called in that was on the Transportation Committee, he pointed out the speed bumps, etc., that had to be installed at other Starbucks drive-through locations. And callers have illustrated with emails, et cetera, to us, the problem. So we know it's an existing problem, and we know it happens, and we absolutely understand why Starbucks wants to kind of evolve into this, you know, business product, because it makes business sense to do it. We get all the factors. But it needs to be done in a sensitive manner, in a thought-out manner. And some of our codes and ideas that were drafted years ago are being challenged in a sense because of the evolution of convenience and et cetera. It's almost like the old Bob's Big Boy drive-thrus. They were just the big thing, right, in the 50s. And it was the coolest thing, but I would hate to be a house next door to a Bob's Big Boy because, you know, there were cars there until 2 in the morning. But then that evolved and that changed. And so this is going to change as well in due time. And so there's going to be these buildings that have these huge driveways and drive-through aisles, and what do you do with it? Luckily, it's easy to fix because it's just one story and it's landscaping, et cetera. And so that, I think, is an issue, and it needs to be studied because I think this is going to happen more and more often. In regards to the proposal, I do think there are some issues with site planning. For example, the drive-through is queuing up on a north-south axis next to the residential. You know, as a licensed architect, if you were to say, well, if you're going to queue up your cars in a drive-through, where's the best place to do it if you have residential next door? And I would say, well, the farthest place from the residential. Yeah, that's intuitively what you want to put is. So you have cars all day lined up. You don't want to put it next to the residential because that residential person is trying to enjoy their backyard. So again, they bought a home next to commercial. So these things happen, but at the same time, there is a separation. So in the previous project, there was an 11.5-foot setback. This is much less, and this is ongoing every day with cars. And so site planning, I think, is an issue. The LTA is another matter that needs to be studied. I'm still not clear if the city's providing it or if the applicant's providing it, but in any case, the applicant was mentioning 18 cars. And as depicted in the site plan, more than 16 gets in the way of the backup of the cars that are being parked on the north side. And so even with the applicant's set of numbers, whatever that may be, without the details because we don't have it, there's a conflict. And of course, part of the site planning review, which is within our preview, is, you know, the shade structure and the seating structure, how inviting is there. And I think really the 800-pound gorilla for me, in that if you look at this floor plan, the majority of this concept is kitchen, and this is a new concept, and this is not just coffee. This is restaurant drive-through and coffee. This is Starbucks trying to basically bring in new menu items and prepare food and provide breakfast and lunch and dinner, and this is kind of the concept, and it's going to be happening, and so it needs to be studied. It needs to be understood of how we as a city need to deal with this, you know, new use. As I mentioned earlier, and I think the team has done a great job presenting and giving us the facts, in that if the driveway's too little, you're going to have overflow into the right-of-way. You make the driveway too large, you make the drive-through too large, as is the case with Harvey In-N-Out, which I drive by every day, and there's always cars on Harvey. From that massive, massive queue, is the monster gets bigger, right? Because everyone's like, hey, it's convenient, I'm going to drive there, I'm going to get into that queue, and it's going to work out fine. That's right, that's right. And so I think that the answer comes down to multiple store locations. And so Starbucks is blessed with this demand. The demand is there. You have a unique product. It's a great product. Everyone loves it. But at the same time, I think you start to kind of have multiple locations, and you start alleviating some of these bottlenecks, and then it'll help the corporate image on the long run. But that's outside our preview of this board. But in general, I also can't support the site plan as depicted. Not so much that I have a problem with the driveway, not at all. I just have a problem with the site planning of it. And I think your talented team has enough feedback from us to now holistically or wholeheartedly to try to make an effort to meet the conditions or thought process. And so with that, Mr. Platt, do you want to maybe go over the combined thoughts and see if we have a holistic set of conditions that we could talk about?
It sounds like there's consensus that the board would like to see the final LTA report for the transportation assessment. There seems to be consensus about, oh, okay, seems to be consensus. I'll repeat that. The board wants to see an LTA. The board wants to see better shade control and comfort for the seating areas at the front. The board found that the concrete bench seating probably isn't the right solution for this in terms of making it an attractive and inviting location. The board didn't mention those kind of standing, sitting metal things, but I assume that would be part of that assessment if you wanted to clarify that.
Especially since they're not covered, they'd be like burning hot in the sun. So
Now, if this were in the Rancho, they might be great hitching posts, but that's another story. The board, I heard this most from Mr. Simonian, but I think it covers a general thought that overall the site planning is not adequate. You're not saying that a drive-through is impossible to approve at this location, but you're concerned about the site planning, which involves the no left turn from Glendale, and in particular, the queuing of cars along the property line adjacent to the residential. So I think the direction would be for the design team to find alternatives to those aspects. And I didn't get too much else in terms of any other specific recommendations.
I was going to ask one question as Mr. Welsh commented about the ingress driveway being Glendale instead of Orange Grove. Was that dictated by our traffic staff or their separate study?
I think
On which-
Dennis has to answer that, but he didn't hear your question,
Okay.
so let's.
Apologies. I was wondering whether or not the driveway ingress on Glendale Avenue was dictated by our staff or some traffic study that was done.
We worked with the applicant on what staff felt that's something we can support. We do recognize that the drive-throughs are permitted use in this zone. It's outside the downtown specific plan. We did look for guidance with our commercial design guidelines talking about an activated street front. So we're being sensitive to the applicant's rights for a use. It's used for a fast food restaurant. It's used for a drive-through. Our guidance and our opinion as far as what we can support, we look to, once again, to activating the street front and getting the most we can out of the design.
Thank you.
In minimizing queuing on, I apologize, in minimizing queuing onto the street. So we did ask for, if we could, and we were aware of the impacts happening at the other Starbucks sites throughout the city. If we could get that mostly queuing, stacking on site rather than going out into the street, but we can conceal that with the seating area. I mean, that was kind of staff's thought here and balancing what their rights are as far as their land use. So.
I have a question in regards to the LTA. Does the applicant prepare it or does the city prepare the LTA?
The applicant prepares it with their consultant and it's reviewed by our city staff at Traffic Division.
So getting back to Mr. Platt, I would suggest that it's just something that deserves further study. You know, in particular, I noted that in the design guidelines, it said on corner lots, vehicular access should be from the street that is less pedestrian oriented. And I think that in this case would be Orange Grove. So, you know, I think it's at least worthy of further analysis and study, and it would be particularly part of the LTA, for us to understand why it might be more favorable on one location versus another.
Okay.
And this is the second time it's come in front of us.
Yes.
And so, can you remind us what the options are again?
Can approve with conditions, return for redesign, or deny.
And the return, this would be the final third return for redesign.
Right.
All right. Is there a motion? Okay.
Yes, I'll move for return for redesign with the conditions that we discussed and which were read back through Mr. Platt's notes.
And I second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Board Member Welch, second by Board Member Chakai. This will be roll call for return for design with the conditions discussed and added. Board Member Minas,
Yes.
Board Member Chakai,
Yes.
Board Member Welch,
Yes.
Mr. Chair Simonian.
Yes.
Motion for return for redesign carries.
Thank you.
Are there any other items on the agenda? Nope.
Mr. Chair, I move for adjournment.
All right.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
I'm feeling like